I was wondering how you were gonna put that.
I ended their experience on theirs.
At least they didn't get run over.
Yeah.
Holy, I won't tell that.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. It's 9 o'clock. We'll call our meeting to order, please. And to begin, I'd ask Gwen to do roll call.
Merlin Dahl,
Here.
Martin Schwer,
Here.
Wayne Shire, Dwight Berger,
Here,
Wayne Ansey.
Next thing on the agenda is to approve the agenda. Are there any additions or changes to the agenda? Anybody have any suggestions?
Actually, I don't think we can add anything to it.
We cannot.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda.
Okay. We have a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second?
Any discussion? Any discussion? Dwayne?
Aye.
Merlin?
Aye.
Dwight?
aye.
I vote aye, motion passed. So we'll move right into our meeting today.
Could I see our auditor isn't here today. This is part of her responsibility. I'm on vacation too, not just the auditor, so I don't think this is right. That's part of her job.
Well, I think she had that plan prior to this, when this was scheduled.
When is budget season, Dwayne?
I know, but that's just the way it is.
That'll be so noted, thank you, Dwight. Okay. Quite a few things on the list of stuff that I want to do today, and I've handed out quite a few handouts, and we'll start to walk through those and see where we end up. One of the things I want to cover today is some revenue history, and then also some expenditure history. And if we can, prior to August 5th, we need to give our auditor, our commissioner recommendations. We've listened to the presentation of all the individual departments, and we need to decide amongst ourselves on each of those line items and get that information back to our auditor. That's our responsibility, so.
And that's a group effort too, right, Mr. Chairman?
That absolutely can only be a group effort, totally. So we'll start out with the first thing that I have on there is to demonstrate the revenue history. And you should see a handout that I gave you that on the top right-hand corner, it has a number 1. This revenue history, there's 10 pages, and it's grouped by the funds. And it shows 2015, 16, 17, 18, it just shows some revenue history, where we're at. For example, very first line, the general fund, our property taxes, it shows you how they've changed from 15 to 20. And Dan, I can give you my copies when we're done. I didn't make all those copies. And if you notice on 2015, our property taxes for the general fund was less than $400,000. Today it's over $2 million. So it's jumped up over 5 times as much in 5 years. It's just information, just to be cognizant as we walk through this budget. And if you go to the second page, you'll see that, well, I'm sorry, stay on the first page. You'll see all the stuff that goes into the general fund. How does the general fund get its money? And you see property taxes, lieu of taxes, licenses, permits, zoning permits, and just a list goes all the way down. And each one of those revenue streams has a revenue number, or account number. I have revenue type on here, I think Shannon listed as account, which would probably be more accurate. But anytime you see 31110 on any one of the funds, that's property taxes. Anytime you see, see if I can find the state revenue one on here someplace, PPR state revenue. I'm also guilty of not putting a number. on
About
the side.
halfway down.
Yep. Anytime you see the number 33610, that's state revenue that the state gives us. And it's distributed amongst the different taxing districts of the county. And it's proportioned out per a percentage of the mill levy total. Let's just say that our total mills are 100, I'm just throwing a number out there. And we have 5 mills, or 20 mills that go to the general fund. Well, if we have 20 mills, that means 1/5 of the state revenue goes to the general fund. Something like that. There's a calculation that's done, okay? So those are all the different things that make up the general fund. And if you have a copy, I don't know if if you guys have a copy of your budget with you, but this is a copy of the budget. And on the right-hand side, for the general fund, she has a bunch of values listed, and this is how she reached those values. She has all these values listed on the side of the budget. And do you wanna make a copy of this? Does that help? But anyhow,
Please.
This year's budget from last year and all the years before. One of the discussions that I had last year was, where are you getting your revenue streams? How are you deriving those? And this pulls it all together. So when you look at those revenue streams here, these numbers that she has in here, it tells you how she reached those numbers. That's what each one of these are. For example, you'll see state aid, 33610. And that might be on there, I'm not sure if I have them all in order. State aid disbursement. Okay, this is where this comes from. As we proceed through this meeting, you're also going to see a report that I ran from the state treasurer, and it lists all the revenue streams that they provide and when they give us those payments. So this is a revenue stream. It shows you where we get all of our monies from. I'm gonna look at coal conversion. When we get farther down the line today, look at your coal conversion. For 2020, 975,000 was budgeted, and that's also on our budget sheet. Farther down today, we're gonna get what was actually given to us by the state. The reason that I'm gonna present all this information is when we prepare our budget, we cannot overstate our revenues. And we don't always do that. Some of it's done extremely well. On occasion, we have a slip up, and we're just gonna see if we can catch them prior to. And this is our responsibility, not just Shannon's. Okay? So that's what this first sheet shows us. Now, I have a question on this sheet. When you look at county roads, for example, I need to get a copy of this. Would you please, can I go out and get one? I can do that. Give me at least 6 copies, please. We're gonna be referring to that sheet. I shouldn't talk until she gets back. Right? We can talk about fishing.
That's great. Limited out the last 3 days.
Yeah, Bronson says sardines on sale 2 for $5, so,
Well, we got them along just in case.
yeah. I'd bite on those. Wish you guys knew that. My sardine sandwiches.
And of course, today's the last day that the wind's not gonna blow for the week, so.
Yeah. You'll have a good walleye chop now for the rest of the week. That's
Yeah,
great.
Yeah.
Perfect.
That's when you dig out the sardines the rest of the week.
And make sure the cooler has got something in it too.
Did you fish yesterday?
Yeah,
And you limited out?
5 of us, we got 25
Where?
up at Garrison Bay. The day before, there was 5 of us, we got 21.
I got skunked yesterday. Caught a drum.
Well, you got 3 skunks though too. So you did get skunked.
Oh, there's an attachment on this too, it's all right, from Shannon, so. Thanks, Gwen.
I do have a
Did you get a
question
copy?
on this though, Marvin, when you get back to it. The zoning park, public park in lieu of account, how can you claim that as income?
When we get down to that account, all right, go ahead with your question.
Well, I'm asking, how
Yeah.
can you claim that as income for the general fund?
Where are you at? What are you looking at?
Zoning, parks, public park in lieu of.
6-1.
Yeah, see, I didn't number my list either.
It's the fifth, sixth,
Yep.
2, 4, 6, sixth one down.
I'm not sure.
I mean, it's almost like you're,
Don't we get that from the entities? It's actually revenue that comes into the courthouse when someone has a development, right?
well, yeah, but it's not supposed to go into the general fund. I mean, it has been, but it's not supposed to.
Okay, so the question is, why is it in the general fund?
Has a revenue, yeah.
Okay,
It's almost like you're planning on putting that in there.
Yeah,
Well-
I don't think that's supposed to go anymore. I think we said from now on.
Well,
it
I
goes
realize that,
into
I realize
account.
that.
So it's not gonna anymore,
But I mean, look at the money that 42,000 in 15, 24,000 in 16, and 5,000 in 2020.
okay, let's make a note on that. That needs to be, whatever monies are in there needs to be,
They
we're gonna
should s-
divvy it out at the end of every year, right?
For now, it stays in there.
Well, that's fine.
Stays right in that account for, so we don't have one of these deals like we have, wondering where the money is, why we don't have any. Who's eligible to get it?
So it is still revenue, and right now it's just listed as revenue, and it's gonna be put into Fund 32230, which is Parks and Lieu. At the end of the year, we give it out.
Yeah, but can you claim it as revenue how can you claim it as revenue if it's going into a certain fund and it's a designated fund?
It's the same as any other fund. If let's just say the
Oh,
sheriff's
okay,
fund.
I understand.
Yep, it goes in, then we expense it out.
Yep.
Are we good?
Yep.
Anyhow, that's how I view it. All right, so what I wanted to point out is a question that I have, and I need you guys to help me with this. If you look at county roads, down on the bottom there, it's 2140, it shows $3.8 million. Okay? Now you go to this revenue stream, and you're going to see that county roads, and you gotta go to Fund 2140. See where I find that. Okay, it's on page 1, 2, 3, it's on page 4, top of page 4. If you look under 2020 budget, there you see that $3.8 million again. So that's revenue. However, part of that 3.8 is a transfer in of $2.1 million. And that transfer in comes from unorganized roads, state highway, aid to secondary roads. And it used to come in from a little bit from township roads. So that's a transfer in. So if you look at your budget sheet again, you're going to see that we have the 3.8 million listed as revenue, and that's fine if it's only listed once. But we also see that we have unorganized roads, state highway, and aid to secondary listed as revenue at 2. To me, we're listing our revenue twice.
Yeah.
Does that make sense to you, Merlin?
Mm-hmm.
Does it appear that way?
It appears that way.
So,
Yeah, it is that way.
as we're going through this, let's all, if you have a question, jump it up, because this is how I see it. This is just myself, and I need to be corrected if I'm in error. So don't be shy about saying, wait a minute, Mr. Schwer, dang it. Let's all do this together. So that's one thing that I noticed there, is that it looks to me like we're double reporting our revenue there.
And the person that should answer that ain't even here.
Well, we will answer that, but at least it isn't gonna come cold when we, as a commission, ask her that question. The rest of us will understand where it's coming from. Now, let's also go to Youth Bureau. It's $180,004. That's account number 2125. If you go to Youth Bureau 2125, and that's on page 3, I think. Yep. You see an amount. And there is a dollar amount that, I don't have it on this sheet of paper, but if you look on the bottom of your budget sheet, general fund to Youth Bureau, $165,970. That is part of the $180,000. So, and we get the $165,970 as revenue to the general fund. So we have revenue going to the general fund, and we're counting it. We're transferring it out, and we're recording it again as $180,000 to the Youth Bureau, and that's incorrect. We're double stating our revenues. The Youth Bureau has other sources of revenue. It has city and school share, it has miscellaneous reimbursements. You can see those amounts up there for 2019. I don't know what they are for 2020, so they're not listed. But, so anyhow, on the right side of this budget sheet, if we want to list Youth Bureau, it could be the miscellaneous revenue that comes in, and it should not be the $180,000. Because part of that 180 is already accounted for in the general fund. Is that clear as mud, Merlin? Or is that,
I'm still following.
does it
Well,
make sense?
what's the the 165 is from a transfer from the general fund.
Correct?
But then you add, how do you come up with the 180,000?
Because, well, I don't have the two numbers for 2020. Look at 2019.
Okay,
If you look at 2019, you see a transfer of 130.2
yep,
thousand.
yep.
Well, the rest of the money comes from city school share and miscellaneous
Oh,
reimbursements.
it's a total of them three.
Right, so if I knew those values for 2020, I could put those in there.
Yeah,
So that's how she reaches the 180,000, is by combining all three. Again, if I'm incorrect, you need to bring the question out here, because it's just the way it appears to me. Now, you're gonna see that same situation with the task force. Where's task force on this sheet? Number 2128, it shows 450, 425, 263. Part of that 425 comes from the general fund again. And it's already been, up in the top of your budget is your revenues for your general fund. That's where that money's coming from. So we can't report the full 425 down there again. So as we go through the budget, we have to be aware of that. And I just want to show you that that's what I see. And
The bottom part of this is expenditures, which on the right-hand side at the top, those are revenues.
on the top right hand is revenue for the general fund.
Yes.
We're not even talking expenses at all. We're not over here at all. We're just talking about this column up here and this right here.
Right.
Yep, we're
But I
not,
think you were over here.
I'm talking about this stuff down below.
Right.
That is part of this. A transfer is an expense, yes. But you can't transfer it into the general fund and then count it again, because it already came from, it came from the general fund, you're putting it into the youth bureau, and then you're counting the youth bureau again, the same amount of money. You can't count that as revenue over, under special funds, you can't count that as revenue, because it's already in the general fund revenue. Am I mistaken on that, Merlin?
Nope. I don't believe so.
I don't think I am either. But that's why
Where is it at under the general fund? Usually within the taxes collected, or?
it's all the above. All the money that gets put in the general fund, a certain portion of that gets to the youth bureau.
And that's what I figured, so.
Yeah. If you look on the general fund expenditures, she has the transfers out at the bottom. It's just, she takes some of the monies that's in the general fund, and it's part of taxes, it's part of lieu of, it's part of whatever makes up the general fund.
The revenue.
Right, total. So that's some things I think that we can improve upon. And as we walk through this a little bit more today, and I want you guys to take this home and look at it. Look at sinking and interest. That's on page 2 of the revenue deal. That's one where I've had a lot of concerns about what she has in the trial balance. It shows where the money comes from for seeking an interest. Later on, we'll get into the expense part. So now you guys, if you take this home and you look at it, you see where are we getting these revenues at? Where are these revenue streams coming from? This is how it's apportioned out. When we get lieu of taxes, state aid, homestead veteran credit, it's apportioned out per a formula that has to do with the mill levy. Okay? And I'm not questioning that, I'm just letting you guys know that this is how we make up the totals for those funds. Special vehicle fund, that's a transfer from the general fund. Okay? That cannot be recorded as, that amount that's in it, that comes from the general fund should not be counted as revenue on your special funds deal. Very similar to the youth bureau and the road deal that I just showed you. This all, I want you guys to be aware of this sheet, take it home. If you have any questions, write all over it, bring it back. And we'll talk about it at our next meeting, and we're gonna try to see how that's gonna shake out for our next meeting today. Okay, that's what I had for demonstrating the revenues. Okay? As we walk through our budget, and we need to do this together with Shanna, we all need to come to an agreement how that's going to be handled. And so we don't double state our revenues. The next thing I have on here is to introduce electrical generation and transmission revenue. Oh, yeah, that's fine. Okay, you should have a sheet of paper that looks similar to, it says 2019 in the top corner. This, anybody can get. This is no secret. This is something that I pulled off the internet. And then I also called the state treasurer to verify, so making sure that I understand what's going on there. They have, and you can sort it, there's a query that they have, and you can sort it, and you can see exactly what the distributions are to our county. And they have it set up really well that they have it, is there a stapler here? Yeah. You can sort it and dump it into Excel, and that's exactly what I did. Their distributions, when you first see them, are only by date. So you see coal conversion here, later on in the page you see it over here and over here. So I took all those and I sorted it by coal conversion. And let's just look at the very first sheet. If you look down there a ways, about 9 lines down, you'll see a coal conversion and it changes to coal severance. Put a line between those two ones. If you look at the coal conversion, it didn't sort very good because I wanted it to sort by date. Oh, yes, it did very good. On the very top line, there's a different one that, it was a one-time. We'll talk about that SB 2016 a little later. Let's just talk about coal conversion. It's line 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 2 through 14. It shows you how much we got from the state and what date we got them. And off to the side, I put a total. It shows 785,000. Okay. Now, let's go back to that budget sheet that we had. What's listed as coal conversion is 975,000. Again, overstating revenues. Is everybody able to follow that and find it?
Yeah, it's 100.
No, in justification, it isn't as bad as it looks. There's a journal entry that comes into effect here. We also get about 70,000 from Great River Energy as a donation when that plant shut down. Shannon takes that and adds it to the 785,000, and so that the number that's in our coal conversion is actually closer to the 975. It's not there yet, it's about 852, something like that, but we're still overstating our coal conversion.
This is 19's payments though, sorry. These are 19's payments. This is 2020 estimates.
2020, right, you gotta look, so that's
Well,
correct, but correct. I'm looking at 19's payments. What Gwen's pointing out is, what's on this sheet is the state revenue from 19. That's the numbers that we use for the budget for 2020.
Yeah, it says it's on this sheet too, on the top of it, 10/2/19.
That's where we got this here's our budget sheet that Shannon gave us in October last year.
Right.
She got those numbers in reference to how much we had the year before in 19 here. So these numbers won't be exactly what came in 2020,
Right, they're just estimated.
they're estimated, but we can't overestimate by that many thousands of dollars. Now, when you look at the independent auditor's report, I called him and I said, I don't see that donation from Great River Energy underneath our coal severance as revenue, because there's a page there, he has coal. He said
Coal
it's not
severance
revenue
or
for
coal
coal
conversion?
severance.
You're talking coal conversion, right? Not coal severance.
Coal
That
conversion.
70,000 goes under coal severance, or coal conversion.
Coal conversion, should be
Okay.
coal conversion. I asked him, why don't I see that amount in their coal conversion? He said it shouldn't be recorded there. It's under someplace else. And we have a miscellaneous revenue account, and I suspect that's where it should go. And that's where, for this year, for 2020, the donation from Great River Energy, that's where I want it recorded. So on the side of this sheet here, I'm gonna put down Great River Energy, donation, record under miscellaneous revenue. It is not part of the state contribution.
So what's, Mr. Chairman, what's in the miscellaneous revenue that's listed?
All different kinds, we'll get there, we can look at that. You can look at your revenue count that we have right here. What is miscellaneous revenue? Other miscellaneous revenue is, she has 52,500, that's 36910. Let's see if we can find it. I don't have it sorted by account, I just have it sorted by the fund. I can't answer that because I don't have that report in front of me. But miscellaneous revenue is just miscellaneous revenues that come in that aren't law. Now, I also asked the state treasurer about that. Is it required, and I'm not gonna quote anybody, don't wanna get in trouble for that, but it's not guaranteed. And it's not guaranteed revenue. So it's something that we could get, and they could not give it to us next year. So we want to budget guaranteed revenue. If we want to list it underneath other miscellaneous revenue, I think that'd be a much better business practice than listing. Because when we look up the history on our AS 400, it's not, the coal conversion is not going to match the state. And they should. It should be a wash. State tells us we give us this much, that's their document, that's what they have on file. What we have in our AS 400 financial, it should be the same. There's no reason that it should not be any different. It is different because we're throwing this other value in there. That's my opinion, and that's why I want it moved over to the miscellaneous revenue. That is up to the commission. When Shanna first told me she was doing it, I totally agreed with her logic. It didn't dawn on me that, well, yeah, that makes sense, put it under coal conversion. But I didn't have the record from the state revenue distribution sheets, and it didn't click. Well, just the other day, I thought, well, you know, now it's starting to click. That's probably why the independent auditor didn't list it underneath there, so.
Well, that other miscellaneous revenue account is 36910. That's got $52,000 in it. So,
That, depending on what's in that, and I don't have that sorted by 36910. If we took this revenue sheet and went down every column and found 36910 and added it up, we could tell you what that, how she got to the 52. I don't have it sorted that way. I could have, but I don't have it with me. Let's see if I.
well, I'm just saying, it's evident that the
Let's see,
70
maybe I
isn't
do.
in there.
Here we go. On the very first page of the revenue sheet, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lines up. It shows other miscellaneous revenue.
Yep, okay.
And you'll see that most years there's nothing in there.
Yeah.
In 2020, last year, 52,500 was put in there. I don't know where that came from. So, one of the questions I kept asking last year is, where do these revenue streams come from? I never did get an answer, and that's one of the reasons I did not approve that budget. So hopefully this year, let's be more diligent and see where that 52,500 came from. There's always a good explanation. I just wanna know what it is, so we can answer these questions. If you look at that from 15 to 19, and it's almost always zero, and all of a sudden it jumps to $50,000 one year, it's like, really? How did it do that? Where'd the money come from? I wanna know that. Okay? All right, so I'm still talking about this coal conversion. Okay, we're gonna go down here a little bit farther. I'm gonna talk to you about three other things. Right in the middle of the page, right above the hole punch, it says, it says electric generation transmission. I put a little arrow on that one. This revenue stream, I cannot find any place in our revenue book. I cannot find it at all. It's probably there, like I said the other meeting, but it's not transparent. We do not get all of that money. We get, by statute, we get a percentage of that money. And I have a copy of the statute, not with me, I guess. But the statute says, I might have it on my phone. The statute says that the county gets 1/3 of that money, and then the rest of the money is divided up amongst the county and other taxing districts. So we're gonna get roughly, of 198, we're gonna get 62,000 right off the bat. Then we're gonna get a percentage, however it breaks out. That's how I interpret that ruling. And I have gone to other sources that are reliable, and that's what their opinion is. I sent this to Shanna, and she said that, and it also says that the auditor does the allocation on that. And Shanna said, no, treasurer does it. So I sent a letter to Jessica and I said, help us out. She says, no, the auditor is supposed to do the allocation as she understands it, but we'll let them explain that. I don't want to put words in their mouths. So what I'm saying is that between Shanna, the treasurer, Darby, and myself and Jessica, we as commissioners need to get this answered. And there's a possibility it has been recorded incorrectly. I'm not concerned with that. What I'm concerned with, now that we do it properly. That's where, I just want you guys aware of it, that's a revenue stream that, is it being grouped up with something else? It may be, but it should not be.
So of that 198 that they're claiming as revenue, what is the approximate amount we probably get?
Per my interpretation, I'm gonna say 65,000.
Plus the 62?
No, total.
Total?
Yeah, we only get 1/3, which would be about 62,
Wow.
and then we'd get another small share of that, which I added 3, so I'm just guessing. And this is just a guess. It's from the sky, actually. We're gonna have some kind of a revenue stream there that our county needs to realize, and it's probably gonna go into the general fund. And it may or may not have been in the past. What I just wanna point out is that, like one guy told me, he says, if one commissioner knows something, he needs to share that so all the commissioners know, because we're supposed to be working as a team. So that's why I'm just informing you that in reviewing these state revenue contributions, this is what I see. This is not open to the public, Casey.
I was just gonna correct you on the one.
No, thank you. It's not open, if I do that, I'm gonna open to everybody, so, thank you. Go down to your sheet, it's open meeting to the public, it's not open for discussion. Just the commissioners are gonna discuss these topics. Okay, go down, and I made a parentheses deal there, and it's underneath highway tax. As we go through our revenues, we have to remember what the DACO told us. The last half of 2019, that's gonna be reduced by 20%. Okay? Now, remember, this, Gwen pointed it out, this sheet that I have is 19, because we don't have all the revenues from 20, we're only halfway through the year. So I had to use 19 sheet. But whatever we get for those months in 2020 is probably gonna be 20% less, roughly, than what it was in 19. It's just it's a measuring stick. And the highway tax for all of 2021 is gonna be 15% less.
On top of the 20% for 2020.
Correct. We don't know what those values are right now, but as we walk through our budget, we need to be aware that they're going to be less due to COVID. If you go down to state aid, which is a large sum of money, it's $1 million. The last half of 2019, we're gonna have 20% less. In 2020, also 20% less. That's our prediction. So if we use the state aid from 2019, I don't know how we're gonna predict 2020, but we're gonna try to predict 2020 based off 19, and we're gonna predict 2021 to get our budget. So we have to make some calculations, but let's keep in mind that those values are going down. And that's per an inquiry from me and to the DACO, and an answer to that inquiry. And what they sent out, what they do every year, they said. So I wanted you guys to be aware of that. That's the three things I wanted to point out on this sheet.
Something else we need to remember too is that, that's just a guess right now. If we have more problems with sales tax collections and things like that as time goes along, that could be a little less even.
Absolutely. And things are going back the other way instead of to the positive right now in most states, so. So that could get change again to the negative. Or it could change to the positive, we could always hope, you know. On the very last page, I don't know, did I put you guys one in for 2020? I'm not sure I copied it, do I have it on there?
2020 on the top of the page.
Very last, do you have it on there, Dwayne? That's only for half a year. I put down what I had. It looks like this, it should have been stapled to it. Look on Wayne and see if it's on his. You'd have to go up to Dwayne.
2020.
I'll give that one to Dwayne. I can give Wayne another.
I can put it back.
So that just tells me that that's where we're at so far. Okay?
Can I ask a question?
No, absolutely not. Of course you can.
Where does the payment to Bank of North Dakota for our expansion, when does that come out, or is that out of that number, or does it come out after?
During the year, as we get our state, I'm not sure when the state does it. I'm assuming that Cole Severance is making our building payment. We get the net. We get so much for Cole Severance, they keep part and they send us part. And they probably do that at the same time that they write us their checks.
So probably monthly then.
Probably monthly, just like they got it there. I'm assuming that. Assumptions are dangerous, right?
Well,
Dan?
sometime during the year, we know that our payment, that 9.8 million, comes out of,
It doesn't come off of this anymore. What's here is what we actually get. It's already taken
it's
out.
already out of it.
Yep.
That's my question.
Yep, you don't need to
But
worry.
it comes out of Cole Severance.
Yep, it comes out of there and this is what's left over and we get it. And we're putting it into our general fund.
And I don't know, I wanna go one step further with that. What happens if there is no more Cole Severance?
As I understand it, the state takes over those payments.
The state does?
That's a guaranteed loan. Not so with the coal conversion loan, which is paying for $3.5 million. but for the $9.8 million, that's a guaranteed loan through the Bank of North Dakota, and it's paid,
Well,
right?
Yeah.
that 3.5, that bond, that's not tied to coal severance, that's tied to the general fund, ain't it?
It's tied to coal conversion.
So is that already taken out of there then too?
Nope, nope. That is one of our expense items, and you'll see that underneath sinking and interest,
Yeah,
under special
yeah,
funds.
yeah. But
That's
I
a-
didn't realize it was tied to coal conversion, I thought it was from the general fund.
It is from the general fund. Part of the general fund is coal conversions. Well,
Yeah, but it's,
Right, it's a general fund.
so it's not
expense.
really tied to coal conversion, it's tied to all revenue.
Correct, that is true.
It's 251,000 or whatever it is annually, but that comes out of the general fund.
Yep. Okay. This one, here's another handout that I'm gonna hand out to you guys. I hate to get done this fast.
Yeah, break my heart.
If I don't have enough of these, Gwen, I'm gonna share his and make sure you have one in hand. Actually, I'm gonna give Dan his right now. And Wayne can get one a little later.
Well, I thought we had this sheet.
You may or may not, I brought it again today. We're gonna talk about the sheet that I brought today. And don't look at any other ones, please.
Okay.
It'll be confusing. I sent this list to Shanna and asked her to help me, and that was done for our last meeting, help me identify these funds. This is how I listed them. Per the GASB counting standards, some of our special funds have different titles, and we've talked about that numerous times. And some of them are restricted, and some of them are committed, and so forth. So what it's saying is that we have all this money in the bank, we have $6 million in the bank. Some of that money can only be spent on certain things, nothing else. It cannot be used for general government activities. It has to be used for what it was listed for. So I sent this list, I said, do I have them listed correctly? I wanted a second opinion on this. I still want another opinion, because it's, to me, it's scary, and we need to be 100% accurate on this. So, it came back, Shanna agreed with me, that these were listed this way. She actually added another one to the committed fund list, and that's what I put on this list. This is still something that we all need to understand together. It'll just reduce contention, and it will aid us in how we handle our funds. What this tells me is that the bank balance on June 30th was $6 million plus, okay? It's on the very top of the sheet. And that matches what Darby gave me on June 30th. Okay? If we look what's committed, it's $1.4 million.
What's the difference between committed and restricted? Both of those would be.
Restricted, as I understand, I have a copy of the ruling of the state law here.
I would believe that each restricted fund has its own levy.
That's how I do it too.
Okay.
Dan, let me give you a copy of this because I have it here. Restricted fund balances are reported as restricted when there are limitations imposed on their use through enabling legislation adopted by the county or through external restrictions imposed by other people, or laws or regulations by the state statute. As been explained to me, anything that has a levy for a special purpose, like for the roads, or let's say cemetery, or weed board, they all have levies. That amount of money can't be touched.
Right. And so a committed then is, it's still for a specific purpose, but it doesn't have a specific.
levy. And another, example of that, and again, this is open to correction. We have a building fund that we used to have $565,000 in it. We don't have that anymore, but we, as a board, agreed that that is a committed fund. We're going to donate money to that fund every year for building improvements. Not donate, we're going to assign money to that fund every year for building improvements.
Appropriate.
So we're proactive, so that fund will build, and then if we have a real large expense in the building, we would have the money, and we all agreed to that.
Are the committed funds then, they're made committed by the commission?
As I understand it, yes.
Then again, or else if there's an election or something where the patrons say, yes, we'll approve this levy or whatever, it can be either done that way or by us, one or the other.
But point
Gwen, I'm
being,
gonna ask you a favor again. Please go make 6 or 7 copies so they have the legal description. I will hand out a sheet, I think I got it from Gasby, but it's also, if you guys look on our independent auditor's report, he also has a description, and it's the same description. So I'll hand that out, and then we'll talk, I'll wait till she gets back. Well, we're back to fishing again. We can't talk county business when she's not here.
Tracy, any of this stuff you want copies of, you just give me a holler and I'll get them to you. Cases.
Thank you so much. So we just handed out a description of what restricted and committed and assigned, and all those are in there. Okay? This looks like it came from the independent auditor's report. So it says page number 38, it might be on our independent auditor's report. What scares me about this whole thing here is when I look at this, we have $6 million in the bank. 1.4 appears to be committed.
No. No. 4.6.
Let me go through the top. I'm going down-
Okay,
I'm going down the
okay,
top.
okay, okay.
If you start from the top down, we have so much money in the bank.
Yep,
1.4 seems to be committed.
yep.
Almost 3 is restricted on government stuff like building payments, secondary roads, aging, Custer, everything that has mills against it. And then we have some pass-through accounts for the other taxing districts. And those are also restricted. And that's $278,000. You add all those 3 together, on the bottom, you're gonna see a number that says $4,639,422. If we have $6 million in the bank, and 4.6 is already basically spent, we can't use it for nothing else, it tells me that all we have left in our bank is $1.4 million for general government activities as of June 30th. So this is a sheet that I really need help understanding completely. And all of us need to understand it completely, so we know how much money's in the bank.
Well, $1.4 million, that's 3 months payroll.
Well, there's more to it than that. Some of the payroll, for example, the road department has, their payroll doesn't come out of the general fund. It does indirectly, but we pay for it out of the general fund, but it's already, that amount of money is budgeted into the road department, and it comes out of their revenue stream. So it goes back to, so, yes, our payroll is that much, but we have to, take into effect how payroll is actually being, where it comes from. For example, if we have, let's say we have, let's say we have 5 mills for the road department, and that gives you so much property taxes. Those taxes are supposed to, as I understand it, pay for all the expenses under the road, and part of those is their salaries. So that isn't coming from the general fund, it's coming from that mill levy or the revenue stream that's in the road department.
But it is part of the general fund's mill levy.
No. Road department has its own
Okay,
mill levy.
it's part of the total county's mill levy.
Yes,
Five mills or whatever it is goes to the road department for salaries, or whatever.
yeah,
Not-
yeah, I wouldn't put numbers on it because it's scary, but what it boils down to is, what I wanna do with this information, and I have it started at home, I want to have the auditor and the treasurer work together, determine what our expected revenue, I'm gonna write this on the sheet, you guys can too, need expected revenue to end of year.
Are we gonna have a piece of paper, Mr. Chairman, that is clear to, so we can do an appropriate budget
Yes. I don't know why we wouldn't.
after sorting all this out?
Yeah, the auditor's supposed to help present a budget, but that's what I started the meeting with. We need to present her with our recommendations so she can plug those numbers in and give us that budget like she did last year. But we need to help her with the numbers. We see some possible corrections. So the answer is
Well,
yes.
right now, when we're saying that the salaries, for example, for the highway department come out of their mills that are appropriated, and it doesn't come out of this available for general fund activity. Is this eventually gonna be clear,
It better be,
that we'll know,
it better be,
I mean, with other departments as well?
absolutely.
Well, yeah, all departments, I mean,
We have, if you look at that revenue sheet, we have all the different departments. Then you look at when we're gonna get to the expenses, we're gonna have all the expenses. We're gonna subtract the two and, yeah, we'll know exactly. Yes, the answer is yes, it'll come clear. Right now, we're still just looking at data that needs to be looked at.
Now, it shouldn't take long to get what's expected for the rest of the year for revenues, I wouldn't think.
No. So I wrote on here, needed expected revenue to end of year 2020 and expected costs to end of year. This is not really a 2021 budget, other than it has to do with the cash on hand. Is it indeed cash on hand that we can plug some of these numbers in? But it also has to do with the balance in our general fund, which affects our budget at the end of this year. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay, so we need to look at this, so I want the cost to the end of year and the revenue. We need to make our best estimation, so we know how much is left in our general fund that we can use for the 2021 budget.
does, You know, Marvin, this is ICS account or fund? Is that the right ICS or is it,
Looking at Darby's sheet,
yeah, that ICS account?
what's your question?
Is that included in this 1.4 million?
If I try to explain it, I'm gonna stumble all over the place. The answer is, all the money in the bank is included in
That 1 point,
all of this money that's restricted and committed. And then there's a balance left over of the 1.4, so it's all part of the whole group. I don't know how to say it any better.
well, you know, there's been a lot of concern expressed about that 1.1 million or whatever that's in that account. You know,
It's part of the total amount of money that the county owns,
right. But it's,
which is the $6 million. It's in that total of the total that we have in the bank of $6 million, it's in there.
but to say that it's investment is wrong. It's not an investment, that 1.1 million dollars.
It's cash that we have that we put into an investment account to receive some interest back, so in that sense, it is an investment. As an investment, it's available, we can use it, but it's put into a special account so we can try to capture some interest. That's why it's listed as invested.
And I understand the reason that money's put in there is so the banks don't have to pledge
It's
so
a-
much money.
Protection for insurance. Yep. Okay, see if I had anything else regarding that subject. I might come back to that one.
Totally unrelated, Mr. Sherwood, what is the date for the preliminary budget approval?
August 4th, right, the 5th.
August 5th, the commission approves the preliminary budget. That's what's on our calendar, our budget calendar.
Is there a specific date set by the state, and that's what you set, but you have more?
Okay, let me get back to that, will you, Dan? I'll just give you a copy of this.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's still allow the treasurer enough time to get estimated taxes out.
Would you
Off the
please
preliminary.
note to send Dan a copy of our budget calendar, please? Dan, I don't have a copy, and I asked Gwen if she would please note to send you a copy of our budget calendar. She's going to do that.
I got an extra one right here. I made several of those.
Okay. Now, if you have another extra, I'll take it so I can scribble on it. I like that. But, okay? Okay,
Guess that, yep.
How about a 5-minute break?
if it's, I agree, let's just make it 5 never rules that make works, that's a lie to ourselves. We'll take a 10-minute break, please. You can reconvene at 10:13.
You know, we should be able to get a 7:30 point this year.
Or what?
7:30 point.
It's just August 10th.
End of July. Instead of end of June, we should be able to get another month.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I thought you were talking about a certain government report number.
No, no.
Yeah,
I
and
wouldn't wanna cross that.
we can get that every single month. There's nothing wrong with pulling that up every month. I'm gonna go take a little break. And Dan, I'll get you all these papers. Oh, there's one more thing I wanna cover there, because let's see if I have this one here. Oh, that is the general fund trend. That's what, I forgot to cover. I said I was gonna come back to that. It's because I couldn't think of where this sheet was. I'm gonna go get some copies made.
This one here?
I'm talking to myself. You can't hear me.
Yeah, I can. This one here, I bet, huh?
Yep.
Well, you'll be back in 20 minutes then.
Casey, was any action taken, I believe earlier at water board, was any action taken on, they talked about, you know, visiting with state legislator, or your local legislators on the state water commission?
Yeah, there's a couple little deals that we're just gonna try and put in comments, but mainly, Mark was gonna draft up the letter and, we do
To
that.
send to the local-
State Water Commission.
The local representative. I know about Mark sending the letter to the state water.
Yeah,
but-
send that same letter to our representative.
Okay. And was that a motion?
For the State Water Commission,
Okay,
Jay Gould.
right.
Different one, I guess.
States broke. Now what? Income tax increases are coming.
Well, the federal government will have plenty of money on hand to help us out with.
So,
Did you ever try out for Pollyanna? Geez, the way these, budgets are coming flying along there, it's gonna have to be paid back eventually.
That's why we're in the shape.
And we're talking trillions of dollars at a crack.
So, communists will win and money will be abolished.
China, China will have us. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, it's been quoted in the paper that we have all this $1 million invested. We've got it from one of the department heads. Oh, how can the county be broke when we're invested $1.1 million is, they're getting it from somebody here.
They're gonna hire somebody to replace, Ken, or?
Well, Jessica, you know, she's gonna be taking over like the ad sales portion of it. I think then they're gonna look for someone, right now she's kind of doing both. They're gonna look for someone more full-time to do the desk work, the front office. Yeah, there's been a lot of turnover at the Beulah office.
It's ready cap. It's not gonna be.
Well, I don't know, I think
It's gonna be,
going back a year, I think the Beagle paper's gone downhill.
penalty, it's not a penalized.
Yeah, Kate left in October or November, something like that. It's been a heck of a time trying to find. I'm hopeful the new guy there, we read any of his, has been there a couple weeks now. I think,
A lot of the stuff in there seems to be done county, and, I mean, not much information in there anymore. I was kind of disappointed.
like I said, they finally have hired now another new editor, but this one looks, at least to me, it looks a lot more promising. So hopefully, once he's got his feet under him, some of that will return. But as far as the Dunn County thing, yeah, I mean, I know there's been issues with that since
Yeah,
Megan took that on.
it's not that I don't mind seeing it, but it seems to have taken over the paper.
I just, my personal feelings are that I really think somehow, I know with our company structure, public worker, but Dunn County should have its own paper and be looked at its own, and they, because you're gonna sell both short if you try to have one do the whole. I have, oh, wait, no, I don't.
The
Thanks,
Beulah
thank you.
paper, you know, is the official county paper, and I don't know. Huh?
You going home?
I gotta take my,
No,
I got.
I think they're in stars,
This is
though,
my
they're-
other employee.
No.
brain? You go outside and holler or what?
You were just counting how many
There's
leaches.
only room for
how many
so
leaches
much.
he needs, right?
Yeah, there's only room for so much up there.
And you're getting old too, so you know, that's what happens. That- It has a decrease.
Yeah, capacity decrease.
I gave Wayne's back, I found my copy of that.
Good job. Okay, we'll just leave everything here then. I was gonna give it to Dan. Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order, please. One other thing I wanted to come back to when I just found the paper for is called our general fund trend. And this is what I presented at our last commission meeting. And I just want it to be part of our thoughts as we go through the 2021 budgeting process. That's all it's for. It shows that we typically overspend our general fund. And we're looking for a better practice. That's all this document is for. But I wanted to hand it out to everybody. I'm sorry.
It's a secret.
I think Shannon has a copy, but you're right, you should have it today, as I'm presenting it today. All right, next item. This is going to do with our auditor, and she's not here. But we're going to, I'm gonna hand this out. This is Century Code. I'll bet I'm one copy short again.
Are you?
I'll give this to Wayne when I get done. One of them has a bunch of bullet items beside it. Does it say Mark's copy on it? Anybody got Mark's copy?
I have it.
I don't know what to talk about without that. Thank you. Thank you. This is what's required for our budget. And as a commission, today, I want to make this a requirement that we receive this before noon of August 5th. I'm sorry, not either. What is today? 22nd?
Yeah.
I'm going to ask that items, not all of it she can do because she's waiting on some calculations. I'm going to ask that items, all items except 3, 6, and 7, be submitted to the commissioners by noon, July 29th. Pardon me?
We're at convention,
All week?
28th and 29th.
The reason I put that date on there is we may have to have another special meeting. And we need this information to help us with our meeting. In my opinion, we should have had it already. This is the state statute.
Well, isn't that kind of the way things are supposed to work?
That's why I brought it up.
We have things, every department has responsibilities according to their job that they need to have done first before.
Okay, I want to point out a couple things. The board members may ask the auditor to process any, provide them records with accurate information, that's on our website. And also, we have statute 111111, which states that the commissioners shall superintend the fiscal affairs of the county. And 111114, we're supposed to control the finances. We are held responsible as commissioners.
What are those two statutes?
111111-1 and 111114-4. And then, that's the commissioner's responsibilities. That's our job. The auditors are on this sheet. So, how are we going to get this information? Because we don't have it now. And she's in convention Tuesday and Wednesday next week, which she has to be at.
I thought they canceled them conventions. I thought they were virtual.
They're having it both ways.
Yeah, not those.
They're having it both ways.
They're having them both ways, eh?
You know,
Give me an idea.
for your number 6 here, you know, when are we for sure going to know our taxable valuation for next year?
That's why it's not listed to have it back here to us at a certain time. That gives her time. Once we get, I don't know that, I think it's next week, but she would have more time to get us the taxable valuation and the mill
We
levies.
gotta have that, otherwise you know, that's the base.
Well, August 5th is when we have to have the preliminary budget. I don't want to walk in August 5th with the pressure that everything has to be answered that day or else.
Well, there's a lot of the stuff on this list that could already be done.
The fact is, it should have been done. It is not. We need to see how we can move forward. I agree with that.
Well, I think we better stick to that date, plain and simple. If we need it in a form of a motion, I'll make that motion.
Part of fulfilling this is, how do we want it given to us as commissioners? Myself, I want it done as was done previously, and I want it done with an AS400 format. That's what our financial software is. I don't want a typed sheet. I want data coming off of AS400 report, because that's where all of our information comes from. We don't need to worry about typos or numbers that get entered in the wrong spot. So part of this information, I'm recommending that it come to us in the AS400, wherever it can. Detailed breakdown of revenues and expenditures for each fund for the preceding year. That should be in the AS400. The first one, number 1, estimated revenues and appropriations we have to provide that. We have to work together with her on that. So some of them can't come out. The transfers in and out. I want to see that transfer sheet. I don't want to approve a budget and say, well, this was approved in the budget. I want to know in advance. Beginning and ending balance for each fund. That one's gonna be hard for her to do because the one that she gave us, the handwritten one, was incorrect and we never accepted it. The budget must be prepared on the same basis of accounting used for the county for its annual financial reports. That's the AS 400. That's the way I interpret that. We should also know the cash on hand. And that should be part of our budget. That's some of the information I asked all of us to receive every month, but not everybody is, but we all have to have it during budget season.
And they should match?
The cash on hand date, as far as I'm concerned, should match the same date, end of date, as the treasurer.
Yep.
That, I need someone to explain to me if I'm incorrect.
Well, that shouldn't be an issue. If they balance every day, it shouldn't be an issue. Everything should match.
Well, I did the trial balances that provided by Shanna and trial balances provided by the treasurer. And they did all on end of date 6/30. And I could not get them to match up.
My month end matched, my month end balance.
Your month end balance matched hers? The cash on hand?
Yes.
Okay. Give me a copy of that report, please. I wanna see it.
That's the trial balance part.
We will have to visit on that, because I'm not seeing something correctly. Okay? I do see things incorrectly. That's why I want 4 other sets of eyes helping me with this. So, I'm asking us to be, because we don't have this, and it is our expectation, that let's work out a reasonable date to assist Shannon to get this to us. And I believe noon on Wednesday could be, we could possibly pick a date that would help her out a little bit more. If we have to hold a special meeting, we could do so next Friday, or Monday or Tuesday, before August 5th. So, that being said, would you guys object that we receive this information by end of Thursday? I want your guys' opinion. I'm doing all the talking here. End of Thursday next week.
Well, if those guys are gonna be gone to convention, is that feasible to, well, they should probably have it right, but you wanted on this sheet here 3, 6, and 7, right?
I want everything but 3, 6, and 7.
Oh, okay.
My feelings are it
I'd
should be
like to
done
have
before the
these-
convention.
Oh,
That's
you
my
want-
feelings.
Okay,
Well,
there's 2 other thoughts going on at the same time. One, Merlin was talking, now I'm getting you, Dwight. Merlin said he wants it to include 3.
maybe we won't be able to do that until we give her our information.
Actually, 3 should be included. I'll take that off of there. I'll put an asterisk by 3. You're right. There's no reason that we can't have estimated revenues and expenditures.
Well, your sheets have kind of covered that, estimated revenues, right? Your
My
revenue
sheets, this needs to come from the auditor.
Well, I realize that,
I brought it to you guys' attention so you guys can see where we're at, because we don't have it yet. But this is supposed to come from the auditor. So my question is, we're on July 22nd, right?
Yes.
How about end of day, July 30th, that we have it? That gives us a Friday and maybe Monday to analyze it, and if we have to have it, we'll be more prepared for Wednesday, if that's what we're gonna do, or if we have to have another meeting before Wednesday, we still would have Tuesday. So I'm asking that end of day Thursday.
Thirtieth, right.
I disagree. Gonna back us into a corner just like the other three bad budgets that I've been involved in. We gotta pass this today, we gotta pass this today, and we got questions that need to be answered. It's happened every year.
I don't disagree with you, Dwight. What I'm asking is that we may, from where I'm sitting, we may have to have one more special meeting, or we may not.
Or two.
It's a possibility.
Cause I agree with Dwight, you know, when we get whipsawed into doing stuff, and then we're sorry later, then, you know, that's not good. And I'm just as big a fault as anything for passing last year's budget, but again, we're gonna have to have all this information and everything in our grasp so that we can make a smart budget and not end up with these balances at the end of the year where we're trucking the money out, cause pretty soon the money's gonna be gone, and then what?
And Dwight is right, we always been backed into a corner. And, the day came and we had to approve.
At the jump, we didn't feel comfortable, right?
Well, you never did, but, you know, if we have to have another meeting, so be it. But I'm out of state all week next week, except Monday and Friday, so, the ambulance board meeting on Monday, but, I won't be back until Thursday night.
Well,
So we could, if we have this information in time, we could still have our, if we need another meeting, we could do it Monday then, because you'd be here yet?
Yeah.
he's talking this Monday, aren't you?
This coming Monday.
This coming Monday, you won't.
Yeah, we won't have the information by then.
You're asking for
No.
the information by Wednesday. As soon as we can have another meeting would be next week, Friday.
Yeah. And I'd be back for that, but.
Okay, next week, Friday. So, all right,
That would be the,
I'm entertaining a motion from
30.
someone when we need to have this information and how we want it.
you know, just a little bit more on this. I can remember one year before I was on, the budget was passed with no numbers. Oh, I'll get the numbers in after you pass the budget. Never again. I mean, that's not happening to me.
Me either. That's not a budget.
No.
That's a guessing by God.
I'll make a motion that the information requested we have by noon on July 29th.
Do we have a second?
Open for discussion, perhaps?
Well, we need a second before we can have it for discussion. And discussion doesn't, if you second it, doesn't mean you agree, it's just we're gonna discuss it.
Well, I'll second it, but I need some discussion here.
Okay, motion to receive this information July 29th, and by Dwight, and seconded by Dwayne. Open for discussion. Let's have it.
I saw you shaking your head, won't be possible to have it by then?
She'd have just Monday to work on it, because our convention starts at eight or 8:30 on Tuesday morning in Bismarck.
And the discussion was the 30th would be a better day.
Yeah. More time to work on it, so we don't have a rush thing, and
But if we get it on Thursday,
So she'll have Monday and Thursday to work on it.
and then if we had to have another meeting, we could still do that on Friday?
Yeah, and then we're getting the short end.
Then we're getting back to that, you just get the information, hurry up and make a decision.
well,
Exactly.
we've got the third and the fourth besides if we need it.
But Dwayne won't be here the third and fourth.
No, next
We
week,
can be next week, the week after.
Okay.
the week after.
He'll be here the week of
So we still have-
Commissioner
We
Week.
still have a couple days cushion there where we can meet.
Okay, that would, so if we say to the discussion, it might be more reasonable to pick the 30, what date were you thinking?
Well,
The
there's
th-
mention
the
of
30th.
July 30th.
And that's the next day.
That gives a Monday and Thursday, and if we had to have a meeting, we could do it still the following Monday or Tuesday.
And then our packets, or the information will come out on Friday, and we won't get it till Monday.
It'll be emailed to us.
Okay.
Wayne doesn't get email though.
Pardon me?
Wayne doesn't get email.
That's, then someone, he needs to take care of that. We need to have the information so we can process it. We're not gonna hold up for other commissioners for that. All right, we have a motion and a second to have it on noon on July 29th. Any more discussion? Any more discussion? Dwight, how do you vote?
Aye.
Dwayne?
No.
Merlin?
Nay.
I'll vote no.
Mr. Chairman, I would make that same motion only with the July 30th inserted into it.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. It's now open for discussion.
We're changing things to make room for extracurricular activities that are not required by Century Code, and it's not right, and it's not fair to the commissioners.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes? I want Dwight's comment to be included in the minutes, please. That's absolutely fair. Go ahead, Merlin.
Yes, Dwight, you are correct there, but my thinking is that this extra day probably won't kill things, and it might also make sure that things are accurate and not slopped together quick, so that we don't really have a real picture of what we do have or don't have, and, you know, yes, it's a courtesy, but
Well, you know, Merlin, you're having a convention of the auditors. Don't all auditors have this responsibility the same time that our auditor does?
I would think so.
So why plan an auditors convention during budget time?
And I don't have an answer for that.
I have a question for the motion maker. We picked a date, did not say on the motion how we want this presented, and how are we to receive it. And we talked about it shall be presented as in number 8. And in a AS 400 format. I would put down, it should be presented, what I suggest is that it be presented in AS 400 format. That's not part of your motion.
Did he put a time on that Thursday? End of day or
I
what?
think the first one we said
End
noon.
of day.
Yeah, you want noon on Thursday, on the 30th
I think
too?
that's what we said, yeah.
However, it's up to the motion maker. We're not gonna,
First motion said end of day. The first motion was switched to the end of day.
I know one was noon.
Merlin,
So I
stop,
would-
excuse me, please. Merlin made the motion. How do you want it to say? What was your intent?
My intent was that we have it by noon
Okay.
on the 30th.
Okay, we've got two different motions going here now, because we've got a second on the first one.
Excuse me, which one are you talking? Read me the first motion.
To
What?
have all items to the commission on July 30th at the end of the day that are on the list provided by you.
Who made that motion?
Merle.
Okay, read the second one.
Well, now you're,
No, you said there's two motions on the table. Read the
well,
second.
now you're creating another
We're
motion.
talking, we're having, no, please, just a second. We're discussing the motion, and there is no other motion. If there's no other motion on the table, we still have the only one on the table.
We were just asking him to change the motion.
Okay, we haven't done that yet, though.
Okay, so we're working on the one with July 30th at the end of day.
Okay, that's correct. You are
Okay.
absent, so, Merlin, that's the motion on the record.
Okay, well, I'm willing to withdraw my motion if the seconder will, and then make a different one.
Does anybody have object to, we don't have to, anybody object to withdrawing the motion?
What's the vote on that one?
No, you don't. If a motion is, it doesn't have to be voted on, it can be withdrawn and there is no motion. It never occurred, it doesn't even get in the
The
record.
person that seconded it will have to withdraw the second.
No, they don't, I checked that out too, but.
Well,
Dwayne, do you wanna withdraw your second?
Why do we have to?
We don't have to, Merlin's curious if we do, I'm just asking.
well, if he doesn't, that's okay then, Mr. Chairman, you're the chair, so you can rule on those things.
Okay. Merlin's asked his motion be withdrawn, rescinded?
Withdrawn.
Withdrawn, and I agree. So we have no motion on the table. So, if we make a motion, let's include when you want to receive it, how you want it presented, and how we are to receive it. And then be specific, like to receive it via email, by, or whatever. But let's include all that so we don't have a whole bunch of motions. So, do we have a motion for this auditor information? Do we have a motion for this auditor information? I'm gonna make a motion that we receive the auditor information by end of day, July 30th, presented in AS400 format, and we receive via email that day.
I'll second that.
So we have a motion, and we have a second, and we're gonna give Gwen some time. Will you please read the motion back, Gwen?
Marvin made motion to receive the auditor information by the end of day, July 30th, presented in the AS400 format via email.
Is there any other discussion? Any other discussion?
So you want all of these things then, right?
Yes.
That's listed on that sheet.
Yes.
Including 6 and 7.
I didn't put that in my motion, so the answer is yes.
Okay.
Okay. I vote aye. Dwayne?
Aye.
Dwight?
I'm gonna vote no.
Merlin?
Aye.
Motion passed.
Mr. Chairman, we can probably also set our special meeting date and time at this time as well and get that out of the way.
Would you mind, if we walk through some other information and then looked at that? If I have a motion, we'll deal with that right now,
No, there's only 2 days we can look at, so,
okay?
go ahead, that's fine.
Okay, we covered that. What I would like to do now, and this might take some time, but I think it's our responsibility. We as commissioners need to give Shanna some recommendations on what to put in there for expenditures. We received the department requests, and we can go through each one of those, and we can put a number today, and that's a preliminary number for Shannon to plug into the budget, and it can be amended later on. But we need to give her some help there. So, I think you guys all have a copy of this sheet here. It shows, it says Mercer County revenue by type. This helps us with historical information. Should look like that. Then what I want you to do, you can use that, but I also want you to flip through your budget information that we have from the auditor, and we'll just walk through those lines. And, well, first we're gonna start with the governing board. Let's just talk about that. Commissioner salaries. You guys have any recommendation to give to Shanna for commissioner salaries? You can see what they have been in the past.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a motion that we cut the commissioner's salary by 10%.
We have a motion to cut commissioner's salary by 10%. Do we have a second? I will second that. Any discussion?
If we're expecting other departments to do it, we should probably do it too.
Okay. Okay, I second it. We have a motion second. For this information, I don't believe motions are required. If we make a motion, that's what we're actually
Okay,
going to do.
I'll make a recommendation then.
Well, you have to withdraw your motion.
I'll withdraw the motion, make a recommendation.
Okay. Okay, we're all gonna discuss this. I wish Wayne was here so we had a majority. I agree with Dwight. And the reason I agree with Dwight, we commissioners are paid way above the average. I believe the average in the state is $1,400 a month. And if you divide our salary, I don't have my calculator on me, anybody got, punch that out? 21,354.
Well, it should be $2,135. 10%.
I'm asking what our monthly is.
Oh,
$1,779.50.
1,779.50. So we're at 1,779. I think the state average is 1,400. And so if he says take 10% off of 21,354. Oh, I can't get this number here. Somebody got that punched out? 21,354.
$2,135.40.
Yeah, I got that. So what's it come out to a month? Divide that by 12.
$177.95.
No, it can't be.
1,077?
We're at I'm sorry. We're at 2,1,354. We're gonna subtract 2,135. And we're gonna divide that by 12. That's $1,600.
Even?
1,601.58. So if we agree to that, our wages would be, I think the average is around 1,400. We would reduce our monthly salary from $1,779 down to $1,600. So, this is a discussion, there's no motion or anything. Is there another value someone else would like to do it? I'm personally in favor of 10%, but I'm in the position I can do that. And that's just my opinion. Somebody else might not be in that position. Verlin, do you have a recommendation? We're looking for everybody to make cuts. Here's how I look at it. We can raise taxes. We don't want to. But we shouldn't burden in my opinion, and I'm copying someone else's words, I'm plagiarizing because he said it so well, and I won't say who it was. Why burden the taxpayers with the whole thing? They may be willing for a tax increase, as long as we cut some expenses. The county can help with the situation. So that's why I think we should cut some of our expenses. And I did send a letter to all the departments, that had to do with 2020. Basically is, how can we reduce it so we don't go overspend our general fund? But I asked them to look at possibility of 10%. So that's why I agree with the 10%. But I am gonna go around the board table and see what anybody else thinks. So Dwight said 10, I agree with him. Merlin?
Well, I kind of agree with it. The only thing is, you know, if a person really puts the time into it and works at it, you know, you don't get a heck of a lot per hour, but I guess you're contributing to the welfare of the county. Now, is this 19.2, that's, as far as expenses go, that includes, FICA, all that kind of stuff as well? Public employees retirement, cause that's the whole deal there.
This is our salary, the social security and all the other stuff is a percentage of that, that does not include that.
And where's that, that should be in that budget though, shouldn't it?
It would be,
Well, it's in your total.
it'll come out later on when we're going through all the auditor's expenses.
That'll be your gross, Merlin, not your net, that 10% of.
Right.
Okay. So I kinda disagree and agree, you know, we need to be cutting. And, I guess, you know, I can say these things now that my three priorities here with this year's budget, or the next year's budget coming up is, hopefully we can give some kind of a salary increase for our employees. Hopefully we don't have to raise taxes, but if we do raise taxes, that we can go to our taxpayers and say we've done every single thing we can. We've looked at our carryovers and different things like that before we raise this, and, the last thing would be that, when we're doing this, hopefully we can get a balanced budget. Actually, I think we should require ourselves to have a balanced budget.
I agree with that.
So I guess 10% for now would be, as far as commissioners go, okay.
Dwayne?
Well, I don't have anything to add to that. I think, since we asked the other odd departments to cut 10%, I think probably be fair here. So
Well said.
we'll see what happens.
Okay, so on all of our commissioner salaries, Gwen, you could write down 10% reduction.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
when I run for this office, I didn't run for the wages. I run to be a good steward for the taxpayers' money. And if cutting is being a good steward, that's what has to happen. When I come into this position, we were fourth from the top for commissioner wages
In the state.
in the state.
So, commissioner salaries, 10% less than 2020 salary.
So that'd be 19.2.
Gwen can do the math and give that number to.
19,219.
You just write it down, 10% less than 2020.
Right, I did write that down.
That'll work, cause she'll punch it out. Okay, so I don't see any reason to reduce anything else. Does anybody else wanna reduce anything else on the commissioner's expenses? I don't think we can reduce one and not the other. For example, I don't use my phone. And you can write that down, please, Gwen. Marv, 600 phone to 0. Now, if we have to have a standard through everybody, she'll just ignore it. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I don't think you have to, cause there was one year, two of them give up their phone to make the payment for the, Lignite console.
Yeah. Well, I don't know either, but you can write me down as 0 for phone, for Marv.
I'm not taking my deduction for phone anymore either.
Okay, when we're looking through our budget sheets, the first one on the list is auditor. And I'm gonna go across the line items and we'll try to move right along here. Most of them will go pretty fast, some won't. Salary recommendations, at this time, what I'd like to give to the auditor is same salary as 2020. And we'll start our preliminary budget with that number. And we'll see after we get done with all of our expenses if we possibly can have a change to that.
Hold on just a second, let me find my sheet. I'm off here. I made copies of stuff this morning, it's not in order.
It's all right. It's page 9 of the deals.
Oh,
What sheet you on now, Marvin, or are you still on this?
I'm on I'm on the budget report that Shanna gave us last week, of the department recommendations. It's nothing I presented today, this is what was given to us last week,
And what page is it?
page 9.
Well, mine aren't in order. Mine starts with the county recorder. So I gotta find the auditor. Page 9 don't tell you much, cause it's page 9
I
in
think,
the grand
Dwight, I
scheme.
think what we're doing is we're looking at them in order that we're listening to each department head coming in.
Right, but I gotta find the one for the,
Right, I can get
I
you
found
copies.
it, I found it,
Okay.
yeah, sorry. Okay, so you said recommended same for
2020,
which one?
salary, line item 112
112.
and 113. And, no, just those two, I recommend those two stay the same. Any objection to that from the other commissioners?
So 112, 13, and 15 stay the same.
No, 112 and 113. We'll talk about 115. Separate.
Okay?
Getting closer?
I don't know.
It'll be a long day, we gotta flip through all of those every time.
Well, like I said, it'll probably be 4 o'clock, 5 before we get out of here, but that'll save us time later.
Okay, Merlin, what do you think? Oh, he's looking it up.
That's fine with me.
Wayne?
Yeah, that's fine. I think all these that have salary increases written into them, they should be dealt with at the end. Oh,
What?
she had a 3% increase here.
Right, they can be dealt with that, we have to give the auditor a number.
Yeah, well, stay with what's in there.
I disagree with that. If you stay with what, you want the raise in there?
No,
No, he wants
Oh.
from the
Okay,
previous budget.
Okay,
Under
I
the
did
2020
misunderstood.
budget.
yeah,
So all the salaries stay at, same as 2020?
yes,
Okay,
for now.
that's for now.
For now.
Because the treasurer had a 6% raise included in it. And
If everybody agrees with that, I would too.
it wasn't too long ago, she was in here saying we were broke. We didn't have the money to pay the bills. But she put a 6% in on hers,
Yeah, the reason she did that is cause everybody else put in for theirs.
not 6%.
What number you use, what does it matter?
Okay, let's,
It matters, I think, but what I'm saying is we should reserve that stay at the 2020 salaries, and then when we get this all sorted out, then we,
See if there's anything we can adjust.
right,
Okay, does everybody agree that all salaries stay the same for 2021 as 2020?
Yes, and to reiterate what I said earlier, I'm hoping that we can give our employees something.
Okay.
yes.
All right, that'll help a whole bunch. That's taken care of for all departments then. If nobody has any objections, we'll leave the rest of the numbers per the auditor's recommendations.
So that includes the clerical for salaries?
Yes, for
please?
now, yeah, I'll come back to that. I think we're gonna come back to that after we see our preliminary budget.
Okay,
I have a recommendation and we'll see where we're at after our preliminary budget. Dwayne's recommendation was well said, so I'm going with that. All right, so we're done with the auditor. We already are done with all the commissioners. We said everything would stay the same except for 10% reduction, so that's done with that one. Election expenses. She put in 5,000. I am going to ask that we put in 20,000. And monies be a committed fund. This should actually be 30,000, so but it looks like we're gonna be so darn short next year. Page 19, I'm sorry, you guys. We talked about, rather than having the ups and downs on the election, that we start putting money into this fund and so that we balance things out. So I'm asking 20,000, actually, I'm gonna change that. Let's just go for it. I want 30,000. That way, we're covered every other year when it comes up to the $60,000, and that might even be higher. So I'm asking what you guys think of putting 30,000 into that fund and that become a committed fund.
every year whether there's an election or not?
Correct. Well, we're not doing every year, we're doing 2021. But the fund would be committed all the time, yes. Dwayne, what do you think?
Well, we go to two sites, voting sites, I guess, that was worth about 60,000. That would cover, I guess,
Yeah, every other year, we cover it. Be a lot closer than we are now. Merlin,
Sounds fine to me.
White,
Do we have a cost sheet for how much our elections cost before this mail-in ballot was started? That isn't skewed? I don't think an election should cost that much. Sure, when you go mail-in ballot and you have to double up on your ballots because some vote mail-in, some vote.
okay, if you look on your expense report that I gave you, page 4 of 12, it gives you the expenses thus far on that.
But this is, mail-in ballot was already going then.
Right, so are you thinking 30 is too much, Dwight?
Well, I don't think an election should cost us that much.
Well, we're understandable.
And there's a whole wall out there of people, names out there, that's what they fought for, the right to vote. And I think that's a service we should provide.
But it might cost that much then.
Well, so be it.
Well, that's what I'm asking. Do we wanna put 30,000 a year? into
Yes, by all means, but I
Okay.
wanna know what elections cost before we started mail-in ballots versus
Okay.
polling places.
Okay, that's a
Yep.
different question, but, so we're all in agreement, Gwen, that, account 41710, election expenses, line 801, be increased to 30,000, with the recommendation that that become a committed fund. Next one's page 20, utilities. She put in 125,000, that's what we budgeted for 2020. It's what we spent 116, 115 on 19. I recommend we stay the same with 125. Any disagreement? It's our propane, basically, City of Stanton.
It
Page
should be
20.
electricity and water too, shouldn't it?
She has a note on here, City of Stanton bill propane, but it says utilities, rent and maintenance, so it's 125. I think we should leave that alone. If there be no disagreement, we'll move on. We've got a lot of these to go through today. Right?
Well, I don't see how propane would be on that. If it's the city of Stanton, it should be garbage, sewer and water.
Okay, disregard the note that's on here. I copied,
No, I'm just,
here's what I'm saying, Dwight. I won't read these. She didn't have an extra copy, so she gave me her copy. She said I have scribbles on it, so I don't know what it pertains to, so I shouldn't even read it.
but it's Stanton Utilities.
It just says utilities, general government utilities.
Propane does come out.
I suggest we leave that at 125,000. If there be no objection, we'll move on to the next sheet. We've got a lot of pages to go here. Publishing and printing, page 21. Recommend that we have the same as 2020. Any objection? Page 22, postage. We spent, in 19, we spent 13.4, 20 it was budgeted 15, and she asked for 16. I'm gonna ask that be changed back to 2025, 15,000. This will come up again for discussion, so this is just recommendation, so he has a number to put in there from the commissioners. Any objection to the 15,000? None being, postage is recommended the 2020 value of 15,000. Page 23. This one here she has to calculate. Nothing we can do there.
What is it?
Is retirement, it's, last year it was $249,000, so it's gonna be real close to 250,000. Gwen, would you mind, just page 23, put in 250,000 with a question mark, please?
Well, it should probably stay the same if your wages don't, your salaries don't increase, it should be the same as last year.
That's why I did that, it was 249, I just made it 250.
Okay.
Life insurance, same as 2020 budget, she had 850, we'll leave it the same,
Page,
24. Page 25 is unemployment compensation, she wrote down $2,000, that's what was budgeted in 2020. And we didn't even spend 1,000 the years before. I'm gonna ask that the commissioner put 1,000 in there. She will give us information and we can move it back and forth, but in 18, we spent $230, 19, we spent 140. Jumping to 2,000, I think 1,000 should do that. It's 2,000 is, or 1,000 is still 5 times more than we spent 19. Any objection to 1,000? Page 25. Wayne? No? No objection? Okay, move on to examination fees. Page 26. This is our audit fees, and she has some repairs and maintenance, and that has to do with, she explained that to me. 381 is insurance deductibles. I don't know why that's on that line, but we're not gonna discuss, 381. Audit fees, she put in $30,000. Let's leave that. Even though we may do an audit this year, we're gonna decide that in a couple more meetings. If we do it, decide that, we won't need an audit
Next year.
in 2021. You can go every other year. If we do an audit this year for 19, we don't need to do it in 2 years, so that could go away.
But
But
it's,
I'm recommending it stays the same as what she put on there.
but it's a known fact that the audit we're requesting probably gonna cost twice as much.
It only cost 12 something last time, so twice as much as 24, she's got 30.
Right.
And it's not a known fact, if the state chooses to, it may not be twice as much. So I wouldn't assume that yet. It's gonna be more. Office machines and furniture. I recommend that we go with the auditor's recommendation for 2021.
Which is,
So on page 27, for furniture, she has 10,000, that's the same as 20. She has 3,000 for copy machine, that's the same as 20. 500, same as equipment, and 1,100 for the copy machine. And that's all the same as 2020. Next thing is page 29, workman's comp. I recommend we follow auditor's recommendations. And she followed 2020's budget, except for she didn't have a value for workman's comp. And that's probably going to be determined on all these other numbers that we give her, is that right, Gwen?
That's my guess, I'm not 100% sure.
Okay, put question mark about workman's comp. There's nothing in there. I'm gonna ask you guys that for workman's comp, we use auditor's recommendation. We're gonna look at it again, but we need her to, she knows what she's doing there, and I can trust her that, if you guys don't mind, we'll put auditor's recommendations for workman's comp. That's part of what she
I
does.
think that's a guess anyway.
Yeah, that's what she does, right?
Yeah.
Yep. Property insurance, she has 95,000, it was
that's 30?
page 30, yep. And I'm gonna make it that we go with auditor's recommendation. County nurse,
That's 31.
page 43, page 43. In 59, it was 58,920. 20, it was 64,000. She's changed that back down to 60. I make a recommendation, we go with her recommendation.
I make a recommendation, we cut the county nurse to halftime. No, wrong. I'm sorry, forget that. That's not the right.
What we can do with those recommendations, after we get our preliminary, Dwight, then we might be able to have more information to help us with those.
Okay.
That's what I'm gonna do with
County
mine.
nurse
This is
works
public
with Casper Health.
Right, right. I was using the wrong one.
Yeah, I know what you were.
Yeah.
Okay, next one is page 46. Health insurance. I suggest we use auditor's recommendation. She lowered it from 2020. And I'm sure she has a real good explanation for that. That's what she does. She did lower it, 730 to almost $25,000, so. Page 47, social security. The first line there, the auditor doesn't have anything in there, but that is part of the gross wage of all the employees. And once we gave her the number now, so she can calculate that. So, on page, account number 49066, page 47, I suggest we follow auditor's recommendations. Page 48, miscellaneous. There's one item in there, 670. That's Hazen Fire and Rescue. I'm suggesting that we reduce that. We don't give anything to Bueller or Zap, or else we wanna take that and split it amongst all three,
Okay, Beulah don't have a rescue,
okay?
right? I mean,
I
just
don't know that.
Hazen and Zap are the only ones that have rescue.
And Zap has the same equipment. I'm gonna ask that that be reduced to 4,000. This is my suggestion, 2,000 to each one. Anybody else have another idea?
I'd like to see it go to zero.
Okay, there's another one. Merlin, what do you think?
Zero is fine with me too, but it won't be fine with those fire departments.
No, I realize that,
Dwayne, what do you think?
but if you wanna give,
Well, generally speaking, Hazen used to come to the commission and request funds. They haven't been here in a long time. If they need support, they can come and talk to the commission, I guess.
Okay, I would go with zero then also, is that what we're thinking?
well, that's the way it used to be, but that was for if they wanted a new truck or something like that. It
They
was
wanted some new equipment.
for new equipment or,
And we helped them out to get that, and they were supposed to, when they get their grant, give the money, some money back.
but then you gotta have a place to have that money, so I think I'll go with, for now, let's go with the 4,000 and give half to Hazen, half to Zap. I'll go with that for now. But I think that's something that we should be looking at doing away with.
Okay, that's, I'm gonna go with zero.
You are now, okay.
You convinced me with all this, they never came and they asked, like Dwayne said. And we also know that we're gonna have $500,000 coming at us for the siren this year. And this is a good way to get almost $10,000 towards that. So we can talk this, so I'm gonna go with zero. So we got 4,000, we got 2,000. Merlin, what do you think?
Zero?
Dwayne?
Oh, go with zero.
Okay, we're back to your original one, Dwight. So you won both times. Okay, so item 670 on 49,100, zero. I don't know what social security indirect costs are. We already talked about social security on the other page, and we never had it in 18 and 19.
I think that's social services.
Social services, that's, all right,
That's page 49, I take it?
it's on page 48.
Okay. Social services,
Yeah, line item 803. I don't know anything about it, so I can't make a recommendation, other than I don't like it to go high.
what's it costing us now?
Actually, I don't think it should be costing us anything because the state takes care of all the funding for social services.
Let's
No.
put it to zero,
Salaries and the whole works.
let's put it to zero and see what the auditor comes back with.
Is that to take care of a building over there?
That's it.
Well, we have building maintenance, so we can take care of the building. I recommend we put that to zero too.
I think that, can I say
Yeah.
something? I think this account, we started with this account this year just to see what our expenses were with with the social service building because of something coming up with possibly your legislature about getting reimbursement for this. So we just started taking all the expenses out of this account to see what it is actually costing for that building.
Okay,
So then we have to reflect that in building maintenance accounts and everything else, so we're not taking it out twice.
Well, we're not, right, we're not taking out the building maintenance, just out of this one.
okay, I'm gonna compromise. We spent almost 4,000 in 2020, why don't we change that down to 5? And see what the auditor says.
5,000 or 500?
5,000.
Then it was 4,000,
Yep, that's what we spent in 2020 to date.
and you're gonna take it down to 5,000?
Yep.
Aren't you taking it up?
No. She recommended 10,000.
Oh.
Berlin, what do you think?
That sounds fine with me.
Dwayne?
Sounds okay to me.
Dwight?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll start with 5 and see what happens. Armor IT is at $19,000. We spent, the most we've ever spent, in 18, we spent 26.
Is that still under miscellaneous?
That's under page 48. Yes. I would recommend that we follow her number. I would put a question mark for an explanation, please, Gwen.
Yeah, I would like to know what that number's getting us.
So, we need an explanation on that.
We never have, I wonder if there's even a contract with them.
Okay, I'm gonna jump all the way down. Everything else is following the other budget. County Fair Board, 50,000. Do we wanna leave that in there? It's line 987?
That's still under miscellaneous?
Yep.
Well, I hinted pretty hard that it's gonna probably be 10% less. And they should have some money left over from this year, so I would like to reduce that to 45,000. That's probably not,
I'll go with that.
probably not correct to come that from the portfolio holder, but
Well, we're asking other people to cut 5%,
Yes.
10%. Merlin, what do you think?
Yep.
Dwayne?
Yep.
Okay, we reduce that to 45K. Transfers out of general fund, she has 615,000. To me, this is incorrect.
615?
615, 411. Here's what my thinking is. The transfers out, I'd have to find my budget sheet, include, I stuck that into something, now I can't find it.
Well, it's on the bottom
There,
of
it's
that
on this sheet,
sheet.
I'll steal this one. The transfers out include Youth Bureau, Task Force, Special Vehicle, and County Agent. To me, Youth Bureau shouldn't be a transfer out, it should be an expense, just like the sheriff is. The Youth Bureau should be in our general fund expenditures, just like the sheriff is, just like all the rest of them are. The task force, why is that a transfer out and then shows as revenue in the wrong, incorrect revenue on the revenue, special funds? Those, the Youth Bureau, the task force, and the special vehicle, I think they should have expenditure lines in the general fund. And that's where they should be listed. Same as any other thing that the general fund is responsible for, it's listed in the general fund. Planning and zoning is listed up there. All the department heads are all listed there. The police, the sheriff is listed, or, yeah, the sheriff is up, Deputy Derek, sheriff. Risk management, all those are part of the general fund. It should just be an expense line item in the general fund.
County agent, though, would stay as a transfer?
I'm not there yet, don't know that. I'm listing the three that I know that are departments in our own courthouse. Would you guys, I really feel very strong about this, and I can bring it when it comes to preliminary budget. Shanna wants, 615,000 there. I'm gonna say that let's go with the auditor's recommendation, but I want that itemized. The $615,411, I want that itemized. I want her to tell us which one is getting what. And we may move that into our expenses when it comes time for preliminary budget. Writing a number in there doesn't work. Merlin, what do you think?
Same.
Dwayne?
Same.
Dwight?
Yep.
Okay, would you please help me with that communication, Gwen? Shannon? That needs to be itemized and possibly moved into the, where it should be, where, as I think it should be. The building fund, we haven't put anything in there for a long time.
Page, or that's
Page
still,
55. It shows, well, there's two things that are going on here. And I'm just gonna do one of them, because it's a budget thing, the other one's something else. We have a request from building maintenance for almost 300,000 for air conditioning and heating systems that are very old and they might go out. I'm gonna, when we get to those line items, I'm gonna vote 0 on those. I wanna put the money into this building improvements. And I'm gonna say that we should put down 50,000 in here. Building improvements. My thinking is, I don't wanna put, we don't have room for the 300,000 for what Jim is recommending we put into those funds. They may indeed go out this year, they may not go out for 3 or 4 years. We might be able to repair them for 3 years. In the meantime, we'll be putting money into the building fund. And that is a committed fund. We already have 65,000 in there. So I'd like to add 50,000 this year. Maybe we can get by with 50,000 again next year without having to commit.
So
Because we have to,
this will
This is
be,
that 2102.
it'd be in a committed fund then, instead of just in his,
correct.
Oh, the 2101.
which I think is a very
Yes,
good
it's
idea.
2101.
He'll still get what he's not,
Dwayne,
all that he's
Merlin,
asking.
what do you think on that?
Well, it might be okay, but the thing is, if we wouldn't have blown all that money out of the building fund before, we'd have had it.
Exactly right.
Because, you know, that system is going on a wing and a prayer right now. So if it goes, and then what?
We have to deal with it because we already took the money out. That was our sin. I'm a commissioner too. As long as you brought that up, the 500,000 that was taken out of that fund was listed as an expense under 41615-438, which is future building improvements. And that was done in 2018. I want to know what those building improvements were. If there weren't building improvements, the money went to the general fund for general expenses that need to be recorded that way. We can't list it as building improvements if we never made those building improvements.
That sounds to me like it could probably be that, legal word called fraud.
It's not correct. So, my suggestion is we put 50,000 in here. Anybody object to that?
What was the 500,000, what did you say, what was that taken out for future building?
It was expensed as item 438, building improvements. improvements were. But that's not part of the budget, that's something that Merlin brought up, we should have taken the money out, so I just added that in there. Merlin, do you mind if we put the 50 grand in here?
That'll be okay.
Down the road, we're gonna get to your other portfolio, so I know that'll come up again, so. Total county building, that's when we built the building, that's our loan, that's taken care of, there's nothing to put there, that's on page 56. Page 57 is our seeking an interest, that is the $3.5 million loan, she put in $254,000. And I recommend that stays as she recommended. I do know how to look that up, but that's what she has here, and I'm happy with that. There is, that's all, $254,000, okay? And that's a mill levy. That's taken care of that way. State highway,
The sinking and interest isn't.
sinking and interest is a mill levy. We have a mill levy for paying back that loan, that bond. That's for the $3.5 million loan.
Yeah, but it was never approved by taxpayers. How can it be a mill levy?
We have a bond, we have a loan, we've been paying it back for 3 years.
Yeah, I realize that, but I guess I'm questioning, how can it be a mill levy if the taxpayers of the county never knew a thing about it?
I don't know that.
How did they get assigned a mill levy? The taxpayers voted on the 9.8, they did not vote
Okay.
on the 3.5.
Let's disregard the word mill levy, that's what we need to pay that loan. We can review the mill levy, as needed. I will look that up. I don't know how that works, so I'm writing down mill levy approved and there's a question mark for myself. State highway,
58,
page 74. I'm going to, they said it could be, well, let's look at the state highway. We have that, we know what the state highway gave us. I got that sheet here for 2019.
for revenues, right?
$103,599. For this, oh, that's wrong sheet, I'm looking on the wrong date, wrong year. 2019, highway tax, 1,032,957. $1,032,957. That's on this sheet. It looks like this, that we got from the state. That's for 2019. And I'm gonna take 15% off of that. That's kind of the only number I can use. They recommend it's gonna go down. I don't have the 2020 value, so I'm gonna use 2019.
Well, yeah, it went down 20% in 2020 and another 15 for 21. To me, that's 35%.
What Shanna has in there, she recommended $867,644. If I take 85% of what we got in 19, it's a little bit, the number's a little bit higher than Shannon, so I'm saying that I'm saying we use my number,
Which is,
$878,013. That equals 85% of 2019. From the state sheet. I think our roads are one of the most important things we got, so, my number isn't that much different than hers, it's $10,000 difference. It's higher though. So, anybody object to that? You guys are awful quiet. No one objects, we'll put down the 878, 13. Aid to secondary roads,
Page,
75. That is way higher than previous times. Without knowing, well, let's see if I have that. What she's doing there, what it appears that she might be doing there, is that she's transferring out from secondary roads. We receive revenue from that, but the revenue doesn't equal that much amount, so we probably have some money still in account there. You know, the cash on hand. Who has a cash on hand sheet, the colored one that I gave you? Who has one really handy? The one that says we might be short. Yeah. I got mine stuck in my book here. So if we look at aid to secondary roads, it says cash on hand is $795,000. She wants to transfer out $645. Without knowing her justification, I'd have to go with her recommendation. We have the money in the fund. So I suggest we go with her recommendation. Does anybody object to that? Okay, stay with her recommendation. The library fund,
Can you send that sheet back?
no, that's mine now.
You lost it.
page,
Page 89. I want an itemized list, please, where she gets that expense. She's transferring out. The library, she transfers out from the general fund. No, that has a mill levy. That has a mill levy. Library.
yes, it does.
What, on your sheet there, what's the library fund have in its account? You see it on here? Right there. It has 10,000 in there. Okay, here's what Gwen is gonna be a little bit complicated here. I wanna go with her suggestion. However, her suggestion should not have an increase for salaries. She may, in this 231,025, she might have a salary increase for the library board. So my recommendation is we use what she suggested.
It increased when she did that.
The library board, let's go down to the library board, let's run down. I don't know that, that's why I'm saying that we asked the question. The
I think-
library board asked for a 2% raise. So if this transfer out includes that, we already said no raise, so that has to be subtracted from that. You suggested amount minus any salary raise.
Well, like what, some of those, like library board and customer health and ambulance board, the boards voted on that raise for those.
They voted on the recommendation, just like a department head comes in and makes a recommendation.
It wasn't a recommendation at the time that the board voted on, and that's what their raise is.
The boards, library boards can make a they can vote on it. We determine what it is. They don't dictate to the commissioners what they get for a raise.
Well, the ambulance board does.
Well, we'll visit that then too. The library board doesn't say, I want a 10% raise, and we have to say, okay. We have to go with what's within the affordability of our county. They made a recommendation. Yeah, they voted on it because not one person can dictate to us. They voted on a recommendation. But we've already said 0 raises, so that's my feelings on Merlin, what do you think?
Yes, I'm on that. I'm a portfolio holder for library, and it's my assumption that, yes, we voted on it to have that, but again, it's a recommendation to the county commission.
Thank you.
And if the county commission goes along with it, fine. If not, it'll have to come back and we'll take another run at it.
Thank you. I agree with that. Dwight, what do you think?
I agree.
So if it's okay, we have a majority that we use the suggested amount minus any salary raise. Is that okay with everybody? Okay, that's what we'll go with, unless, that's the majority. Okay, Historical Society, she's got 11,250,
Page,
90.
sorry, Marvin, but
That's all right. There's no
I
problem
haven't
with that.
got
I
my
should-
sheets with me. I'm just writing everything down and then
I
I'll
should
get
be
it on
stating,
my.
I should be stating the pages. We're actually gonna get through this pretty soon here. The rest of them aren't gonna take that long. Historical Society, she wants 11,250, and that's 49180. I'm gonna look that down here, see if I can find it. Can't. I recommend that we go with her suggestion, 11,250. Any objection?
No.
All right, that's page 90, we'll move on. Page 91, Commission on Aging. This one here, I think we need to discuss. I sure hope I can find it. I can't find it on this. Here's the revenue sheet. Where's our expense sheet?
Right here.
Let's go to 9180.
For the, which?
Account 49182.
That's the one that come in the nice, with the nice cover page, right?
I can't find that one. Here's what I see. In 18, we had 93,000. 19, we had 97,000. 20, we had 16,000. 160,000. How can we go from the 19, 97,000, 20 to 160,000? And then 21, recommending 215,000.
You find it?
So on page 91,
Marvin?
oh, I understand, I don't need that. But I'm gonna make a recommendation of $100,000. I don't see how we can jump from 97 to $215,000 in 2 years.
And that's in which line?
That's a transfer out of the Commission on Aging. I need an explanation what that's for. But in the meantime, I'm gonna suggest that our commissioners, that we suggest $100,000. We're gonna give a number that we can punch in the preliminary budget at least, but if it's okay with you, I'd like to recommend that we, on account 49182, transfer out, we change 215, 625 to $100,000, and we want an explanation. And she has it, she probably gave it to us, but
Explanation on what?
what's the 100,000, or what's the transfer out for? Where's it go? It just says transfer out. And it's on a transfer sheet, we're gonna request a transfer sheet before we get all done with this too, right? You've seen those, okay? You guys object to that? If not, we'll move on.
Move on.
Page 92, water resource. Nothing recommended for this year. I recommend we use 2020 budget values.
Weren't they less? Didn't their budget come in less than it was for 2020?
We're all gonna go down to the water. Let's see if we can find that.
I think it was less. I think it was well within the 10%, if not more.
And they made some additions there, so it might be
Yeah,
closer to the 10%.
okay, let's look at the water resource one. Why did I have that up here? It should have been underneath the water, Custer Hill. Okay, I'm jumping in the wrong places.
Yep, you got flooded.
Okay. 92, oh, better not screw my book up too much. I need to put that down where it belongs, need the water resource. They asked for, yes, they did. No, they never. They never put any value down for budget received for 2020, budget requested, 207,391.
For 2021.
Yep.
Okay, and there was some some ifs there,
Yep.
that if we don't use the money allotted for the bridge on 37 this year, it was included in the budget for next year,
Yep.
right? So it may be less, depending upon.
I'd like to reduce that down to 190 or 180. I'm gonna take that 50,000 off of it, basically. What do you guys,
It was 207 and you wanna reduce that by 50,000?
no? In 2020, it was 212. What he wrote down here is different than what Shanna has it on her budget sheet. I'm gonna say 150,000. They're requesting 207, and if you look at 19, they actually were budgeted for 127. So I'm gonna put down 150, and we'll see where it goes from there. It may grow, it may not. Anybody have any objection to that? He talked about, well, if we put 67,000 in this year, we won't need it for next year. If not, then we can use the 50, we got a cost share from the state maybe. So that was a number being used in both years, so I just took 50,000 off and made it 150,000.
Be 157,000.
157,000 then, okay?
Okay.
Merlin, is that all right with you?
Yep.
Okay. So, that's actually page 92, that's 157,000. Now I screwed myself up.
I did too.
Yeah.
I didn't give you half my stuff yesterday, did I? Okay.
Okay, we're at page 93, Custer Health. You guys, I disagree with how Erin's budgeting. She knows she's budgeting with expenses being greater than revenue. She knows that up front. That's how her budget is right now. And she did not include any monies for future vehicles, and she knows that's an upcoming expense. So she's understating her expenses in her budget. So, that's why I disagree with that. I'm gonna vote no on her budget as it is right now, until she comes up with a different, unless I get outvoted. But, remember this, I represent the county, I have to vote on that per what you guys tell me, right, Greg?
Correct.
Okay, so, and I will do that. What you guys tell me to vote, I will vote.
And if you get outvoted, then that number remains the same.
Whatever the commission tells me the number is, that's what I'm going to vote. I'm
No,
again.
no, I'm talking about the Custer Health Board,
Say that again?
Custer Health Board. You know, like I said, you're one vote on there, if they say, well, we're gonna adopt this budget as it is here, and you say, no, well, it's adopted then.
But it's still a matter of record that we opposed
Yeah.
that budget.
That's one vote between the counties that are involved. here.
Right.
Right.
So, on Custer Health, it's up to you guys, you tell me what you wanna put in there, cause I'm gonna put down zero, cause I'm gonna, right now, unless you guys tell me different, I'm gonna vote not to approve their budget, cause it's,
What's the number that they have as a recommendation?
what the auditor has as a recommendation is $175,516. What do you guys want me to put on?
Well, if you put it, make it the same as last year, then you are voting no. Correct?
I don't know what that, no, I don't understand that one.
Well, that we're voting, if we put a recommendation in there, no increase to Custer Health's budget, we're voting no on their,
Well, the
They're
2020 budget was almost 179. Department request is 175.5, so don't do that. It's greater. So,
well, I agree with you, I don't,
well, you guys decide. I'm not gonna pick a number for that. If I decide it's gonna, right now, it's zero, cause their budget is not balanced. And they know it.
I agree with it. Put zero in.
Merlin?
Is that gonna really do anything?
Don't know. Yeah, it definitely will do something. It's just an indication though, because later on you guys are gonna vote what you want me to do.
Now, if you put zero in there, I guess we're kinda saying what we want you to do now.
We're hinting,
Yeah?
but it's not official. It's just a, right now, there's no motions or nothing.
Because I do like balanced budgets.
I do too. And as hard as it is, that's the reality of it. Another thing, she recommended a raise for her employees. That's part of the reason that she has a deficit in her budget. We aren't giving our own employees, I can't justify voting a raise for hers.
Well, a lot of their budget things are based on their grants they get in, they're specific to what they do. And their raises are based on the current market value of the medical field. And they have a lot of nurses there, they'll end up losing their help. So that's why they're looking at those raises. And I don't think that's probably, the way they said before, enough even to retain those employees, but they're gonna try it.
Point well taken. And you're 100% right. You're 200% right. It's just the way it is. It's the way it is. Knowing that, I still, in my mind, I'm gonna vote. When it comes time to vote, I'm gonna vote zero. Everybody has retention problems, so do we.
Well, this is,
So the reality of it is, I can't give them a raise if I can't give my own employees, but that's my opinion, and there's 4 other ones.
Well, we haven't decided that yet, like I said, I'd like to see a raise for our employees if possible.
That's correct, we haven't seen that, but we made a suggestion right now.
Yeah.
Okay. That's correct, it's not decided. All right, what do you guys wanna put in there, Merlin? You tell me.
Well, you go ahead and put your zero in there, but I think, you know, you're gonna end up getting caned.
I understand that completely.
Is
Well,
that
at
really,
least-
is it really realistic to put zero in there? Cause we know darn well it's gonna come back.
It's a good message.
Yeah. When do you meet again?
Don't know. She said she'd get us that date.
For Custer Hill?
Yep.
Okay.
Merlin, or Dwight, what do you wanna put in there?
I put 0 in there.
Dwayne?
Well, I think zero's probably all right, but you, since you're on that board, you should probably communicate to her,
I will. I'll do that. That's a good idea.
you know.
I think I already have, and I've talked to her twice, and you saw when I interviewed her, that I was opposed to her budget, but I will,
I don't remember what she really said about her budget, the vehicles and that. I don't know if she did anything, so you might wanna really communicate to her.
I
at some
definitely,
point.
I'm ready, that's an excellent recommendation. And I will make sure that she knows what you said about retention of employees. We're trying to.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, we're going on to the next one, which is emergency fund, which is 0. The next one is page 99, ambulance.
And there as well, they had a 3% increase, but in that department, the other issue is retention of the people that they have, and they don't really have many that are paramedics well, they've lost some to other departments like Garrison or wherever, but they need to try to keep what they have.
So you think you wanna put zero in that one too?
I want to use 2020 budget amounts. Wait a second, she put in 265,000, the budget for 2020 was 302. I'm gonna say that, I need an explanation for, she put in 265,000.
Was that,
Transfer out.
was that including Riverdale's?
Yeah, they have to pay that out of what they get.
But I mean, is that included in the 265?
I believe so, because they have that listed as a separate expense.
Yeah.
Here's what I'll do the same thing I did with another one. I'm going to make a recommendation that we follow the auditor's suggestion, but that number needs to reflect 0 raise, because we've already talked about that. And we want an explanation of,
0 increase in their budget.
no. I said we're gonna use the auditor's recommendation, which is 265,000. We want an explanation of all that transfers out, what it's for. And it needs to reflect 0 raise. Now Shannon's gonna come back and help us with that information. And we may have to adjust, that's the way it goes, but I need an explanation, and we already said, across the board, possibly no raises. We haven't decided that. Okay, the next item. North Dakota PERS, 103, page 103, health insurance.
Did we get quotes back for health insurance yet?
Yes, you did.
That's from Sanford
And.
and PERS, or Blue Cross?
Blue Cross and or PERS,
Okay, cause do some people have Blue Cross still?
yes. for vision and
Everybody, I
dental.
mean, whoever's got vision and dental still Blue Cross Blue Shield.
Yeah.
I make a recommendation, we use the auditor's recommendation.
It's fine with me.
Any objection?
No.
Okay. Gotta make sure I gotta put that someplace so I lose it really good. Which I just did. It's underneath auditor. Okay, county advertising. Follow, page 104, follow auditor's recommendation.
Yep. I think that's, okay.
Cemetery, $500, page 119, follow auditor's recommendation. Okay. We're done with the auditor. Now, go to the sheriff. All right, we already covered the salaries.
Page,
Page 32. I have this, but I'll bring that up at the preliminary. I want to reduce that person to half-time. Word for all contracts. Oh. Okay, I'm just gonna go down the line. The salaries we got covered, all right? We're already down to 212. And for 212, I want auditor's recommendation. The sheriff gave us a number. I want the auditor to give us a number too.
we don't know what that is.
No, it's an unknown.
It's an unknown, but she has a lot of experience in this, so. And it's covered, vacation and sick leave payout. Every department has it, but they may not use it, so we may not need to put the same amount in all the departments. So what I'm saying is, I want auditor's recommendation on that. Item 212, please. Travel and per diem, I would like that reduced down to $5,000. That's more than, we spent, 18 we spent almost that much, 19 we spent less. He's recommending 5,000, we're trying to get a 10% deduction, so I'm gonna recommend 5,000 for that.
What was his recommendation?
7. Okay, any objection to that? We'll walk through this one line at a time, otherwise we'll have a group thing here forever. No objection, that's what we'll leave.
Now, this 387 LEC remodel
Nope, we're
maintenance?
not down that far yet.
Okay, well,
We'll get there.
I wanna,
Yep.
there's some up above there that I have recommendations for
Well,
too.
we're already at, okay, look, Dwight, we're gonna start at the top and walk down, okay?
Okay,
We're at, do you have anything above 341?
yeah,
What?
121.
Okay, okay. What is your recommendation?
Reduced to half-time.
Again, what I'm going to ask you to consider, we've already said that we're gonna try to leave, if we don't have enough revenue, we might have to leave salaries the same.
No, I mean the position.
I know what you said.
Okay,
That's what we've already said across the board, and I'd like to leave that in there. And any further recommendations, which I have some of the same as you do, we bring them up when we discuss the preliminary budget after she gets all these numbers put in
Okay.
there.
Okay,
Is that fair?
yep.
Because, you know, we're shooting from the hip otherwise. All right, I'm at 352, 356, telephone. Leave it the same, 374, that's good. I'm all the way down to 387. That is, for his maintenance contracts. And I'm going to make a recommendation that we follow that, leave it at 55,292 for the time being. It's a 5% increase. Parts, labor, and towing, your office supplies and operating, he's at 8,000. I'd leave that for now. Clothing and uniforms, I want that, I'm at 422. It's gonna sound like I'm really being a cheap bugger, but I am. I want that reduced down to $6,000.
From,
8.
We spent 5580 at 19.
but the recommendation.
Was 8.
is
So far this year, we spent less than $500 for the date of this report, whatever. At the end of May, May 13th, we spent that much. So I'm asking them to be careful and not tear them. Any objection to 6,000 in that line? It's still something, it's just not as much. Fuel oil, he's got 40 grand. Most we spent was 33,019. Prices have gone down
For now.
for now. What would you guys think if we changed that to 36,000? It's taking 4,000 off. I'm trying to get numbers for our preliminary budget, see how much revenue we need, so. Any objection to 36?
No, but I do have a question.
Sure.
Once we get this preliminary budget put together and decreasing some of these areas, are we gonna call those folks back in to find out ramifications of doing things, or just plow forward?
That's a good question. My feeling is that we need to communicate to them what our preliminary budget is. If they have any questions, they need to come in and talk to us.
Sounds good, cause I just, I don't feel comfortable in reducing some of these things when we're not fully aware of what ramifications there might be by doing that, if there's gonna be a problem.
No, we gotta give them some numbers so that we have a preliminary budget, and if they have any concerns, they can come in and talk to us, and we need to communicate that to them. Okay, I'm on the next page, 429.
This patrol parts, 425. Patrol parts, labor towing. We only used $12,000 last year.
What do you want it to be?
I would think we should be able to reduce that to 16 or 17, 16.
Is that your recommendation?
Yes.
Merlin, what do you think?
Same as my last comment.
All right.
If we're reducing them and we're running into troubles, we'd like to hear from them.
Okay. Good point, 425, we recommend 16,000.
from,
All right with you, Dwayne?
From 25.
Yeah. Yep, that would've doubled it, actually, if we would've followed the other one. 429 jail expenses, you left that pretty much the same. They have one dog left, he left that the same as the 2020 budget. Computer supplies, he's got 2,500. Radio equipment, he's got 60 grand. And siren is gonna cost us, well, we're gonna cover some of that. Let's keep that 60 grand in mind, because we're gonna be covering radios in the 911 budget. That's almost $500,000, and that covers the base station. And she's told us, don't worry about radios this coming year, we can do it the following year.
That was for her, not the sheriff's office, correct?
Oh, that was for the sheriff's radios.
I would like to reduce 429 too, jail expenses.
To what?
Well, Last year it was 19, it was 60,000. We have no more prisoners now than we had before,
What do you want it reduced to?
60.
Merlin, what do you think?
Did on my last comment. We can do it, but again,
They may come back and change it?
costs,
Okay.
costs may go up.
Okay. I'll agree with the 60,
That's 429.
yes. He recommended 75,000.
75.
2019, we spent 52. Okay, radio equipment, what number should we put in there?
Well, I put 30,000 in.
Well, I'd put 20. Most we ever spent was 12. Merlin, what do you recommend?
Wanna split the difference for, and go 25?
That'll work.
Well, 20 is fine too, but
Dwayne, what do you
they
recommend?
told us how much those radios cost.
Give us the number, Dwayne.
Yeah, they did tell us what radios cost, but then again, you stated that,
They don't all
we
have.
didn't have to do the radios next year.
So what, so is 25 enough?
Depends on, are you talking about car radios or handhelds?
Both. I believe that covers both, doesn't it?
Yeah.
In-car and also the portables?
Yep. And one of his arguments was, why put an old radio in a new car?
Yeah.
All right, up and down 25,000, let's split the difference. Tower lease is okay. Equipment, he's got $10,000, and I asked him for an itemized list for what he needed. This time, let's leave 10,000 in there. See what his list comes back as. Dive rescue equipment is gonna be listed in a couple different places. He has 2,500 in there, or he recommended 25. We spent 19 in 2009. For now, I would put 1,500 bucks in there.
That's for which one now?
643. 643.
It
Wayne,
was
what do you think?
25.
Give us the number.
Yeah.
1,600,
Merlin?
yeah.
None of my notes say zero here for some reason or another, with a couple question marks behind it.
Well, that's because we were gonna combine them.
We're at
Yeah, I believe.
643.
So that's what we'll do?
No, we're on 643. The item, he recommended 2,500.
Yep.
I said maybe 15. What do you think?
Fine, 15.
1,500. Sound like an auctioneer here. Lease purchase of equipment. I asked him for an itemized list. At this time, let's cut it in half. We've never, ever come close to the 20,000 he's asking. Most we ever spent was 7. I'm gonna ask that to be moved down to 10,000. And we want an itemized list. New vehicles. Tell you the truth, guys, with the siren coming up for $500,000, I don't know that we can't limp by with our other vehicles. So I'm gonna ask that be reduced to 30,000, and I want an itemized list of what he needs to.
Reduced to or reduced by 30,000?
I want it reduced to $30,000.
Was 50.
In 18, we spent 0, 19, of course, we bought the vehicles, some other vehicles then, but I don't know where that money's. I want that reduced to 30,000. It'll get him to come in here and talk to us at least.
We got 2 vehicles this year? 2 new vehicles this year? Or was that last year?
Last year, as far as I know, I don't think we got anything this year. Medical care for prisoners, he's got $35,000. I would recommend that, we leave that at $35,000.
I agree, you get one bad customer and you can lose that all in one crack.
Education and training, he has 5,000.
Is it possible to ask for an itemized list on that 35,000?
No. The reason being is we don't know what prisoner is gonna come in there.
Well, I realize that, but we should be able to have a record of what the money was spent on.
We can look, ask for an expense, this is, trying to see how much to put in there to be spent. I'm not sure where you even get it, medical, HIPAA rules.
Different rules, I don't know.
You
Yeah.
can still get, I mean, it don't have to say no names or nothing, you can still list your expenses.
Okay, I'll put down itemized list you want. We spent $30,000 in 19. I wrote it down. Education and training, he's got $5,000, the most we ever spent was 4. I'd like to change that to 4. Any objection? Okay, I skipped the medical examiner, he wants 500, I say give it, that's fine. Teletype. He doubled it from 19 to 20. He said there's absolutely no wiggle room on that when I asked him that question.
I thought I saw something about that in Associated County's deal. Is that, I can't remember if that's where I saw it, but I think so, on teletype, for increases.
I'm gonna write down $5,000. Have him come in and justify. I'm gonna put down need justification.
Okay, I'm going with that.
Was 7. He asked for 7.
927, he asked for 7, the most we ever spent was 3,400. I want a justification. Dean doesn't talk to us enough, and I'm not trying to force him in here, but let's communicate, let's understand what's all going on. And you can't just trust me to do it, because I don't remember everything. There's more of us here than just the portfolio holder. I try to, and I try to document, but. Okay, we're down to public safety training equipment again, so we got some more training equipment. They
Did we
have
put the
training. we had
$1,000?
920, we already put 4,000 in there.
I thought 1,000, my God.
All right, I'd like for 963, let's go with 1,000.
It was, 3.
It was budgeted as 3, they spent 0 in 19, 0 in 20. And if you take 963 and you go up a ways, you'll see it on 920 and 963, they're both education and training. But, one might be different. Oh, I did the wrong deal. One of them was equipment. Oh, 652. We have equipment listed several times, and if it's different, that's fine, just need to know it. New vehicles, this is on page 61. See, they had 60,000 in there on the first one, and on this page, he has basically 38,000. So I'm gonna go back to that 60,000. We have new vehicles. I'm gonna go back to that first page, 661. Put 0.
Where you at now?
I'm on page 33, line item 661. We just said we put 30,000 in there. You go to the next page, he's asking for 38. So on the first one, let's put down 0. We only have new vehicles listed once then.
Now you went
I'm on
from,
page 61, okay. Page 6, okay.
Taking
You threw me off there.
Okay.
33,661 to 0.
Yep. We don't have new vehicles listed in 2 different places.
And then we're putting what in the 661 and 61?
On page 661, on page 61, line item 661, follow his recommendation of 37,986 with an explanation.
What do
what vehicle is he replacing and why? Maybe we get by one year, we got $500,000 coming at us that we never had before. We have to get that money someplace. Okay, I'm on page 38. Deputy Sheriff. I want that reduced to 20,000. We had 25. 19, we spent 21.
And I think we had 20,000 when we had our hearings. We put it to that number.
Okay, if you guys don't mind, on page 38, line 113, we'll recommend 20,000.
Was 25.
Page 39, coroner. I recommend we follow those recommendations.
And there is a contract with the coroner as far as what they get.
Yep. Is it all right with you if we follow those recommendations?
Yeah.
Good, all right, so we're done with, anybody question 39? We're on page 62, the grant money. Now, you guys, this is my own problem. We have grant listed in about 3 different places. I don't know why we don't have a fund called grants, and as they need it, they come in and request it, and we give them or not give it. Otherwise, we're dedicating money that, from the general fund to these grants that we possibly could be using for something else.
Yeah, and it'll also eliminate the excuse that we don't have no match, so we don't even apply for a grant. That's the sickest excuse I've ever heard.
So I don't know what's the best way to do it. I'm just thinking that if we had one grant fund, let's just say we put 10,000 into it, they would come in and apply, and we could say, yeah, you can have this much for that grant. I don't
Couldn't it
know,
be
what's the
for
best
all of
way?
them?
I'm asking the question.
Couldn't it be from all of them, for the sheriff, 911, all of, anybody that uses grants?
But anyways, that's my thinking. That's a decision that we can work down the road. That's not part of the budget.
But I would think some of this grant money comes from different sources, and there's probably stipulations on what you can spend it for, isn't there?
Well, I'm sure there is. But they would still have their match.
I see what Merlin's saying. It's a line item expense for that department.
They would have to come in, because do you have that match available, yes or no?
Right, right.
So they'd have to come in and we'd have to say, yes, we do. So then they can apply for the grant.
But couldn't we have that just one fund, just a grant fund?
I don't know. I think it's a worthwhile question. I don't know if it need to be asked today, but I want you guys to think about it.
You know, it would kind of be like, what do you want to call that, a contingency fund for grants?
We don't want to use the word contingency.
Well, no, but
I
I'm
know,
just,
that was my word. I was the one who put that out there. Okay, I'd like to move this, moving on, page 62, dive rescue equipment. I want to move that down to $3,000.
it was 6.
There was 6. Any objection? Being none, we'll move on then. Okay, now we're at the Youth Bureau. We've already said that salaries at this time may stay the same depending on our revenues. So we don't need to talk about salaries. The Social Security, retirement, workman's comp, and health insurance, Shanna has to compute and put those numbers in there. Now that we've given her a salary range, she can do that, okay? Premises rental, we changed that rental, on line 335, Quinn, put down, per new agreement. I don't have the rental agreement. I think it's 9,000, it's roughly 9,100, not 8,400 anymore. Per rental agreement, she has to look that up. And I can probably give that to her too. We brought that up at our last meeting.
Is that for this, youth group rental? Or are you talking about?
Oh, I'm mixed up, aren't
You're
I?
mixed up.
I am. I was thinking I was thinking of the extension office. All right, 8,400, it stays the same.
But see, this one, we get, the state pays back 50% of that.
Okay, that's a point. Now, we're going to, we have to budget 8,400. So, because it's due in the first of the year, we pay it right away. Later on in the year, we get half of that money back. So when we get that money back, I'm assuming that it probably comes in underneath miscellaneous revenue.
I don't know.
Okay.
This one.
So Gwen, what I'm gonna ask is that the 50% we get back from the state, where is it recorded?
This is another department I have. Why are we paying rent when we got a building sitting right over here that's empty, except for one office?
Education and training, I would like that reduced to 1,500. And the reason is, that's the most we've spent in 18. In 19, we only spent $500. In 20, we've spent 0 to date. And because we're trying to save money, I would like that 2,000 reduced. Actually, I'm gonna ask for that to be reduced to 1,000.
From education, did you do
Not-
anything on 411?
411?
Or did I miss that, or did you,
I left it the same.
everything else is the same except for
Well,
education?
I'm glad you brought that up, we'll come back to that. Education and training, I'm recommending, that's line 920, be reduced to 1,000. Any objection to that for the time being? Okay, Gwen brought up another good point, and I skipped right over it. 411, they requested $2,500. The most we've ever spent is $200.
What's that for?
Office supplies and operating. I'm gonna say that gets reduced down to $500. And if they wanna go above it, they need to have some justification.
No, this probably isn't the place for this, but this is another service that taxpayers do not have to furnish. And that needs to be kept in the back of our minds when it comes to making this budget work.
Okay,
What about that phone bill, $2,600 for a phone bill?
yeah, I can go with that. Historically, they've spent a little more than that. And if they don't spend it all, that'll be okay. But anybody else wanna make a suggestion for the phone?
Well, this year they spent $814, half
For
a
5
year.
months.
5 months, 6 months, 5 months.
So that's 1,800 that they might spend, so. You wanna change it? Give us a number.
Go on.
Okay. Page 67. Here's the task force. I want, and I asked Dean this question, I wanna know how many people are on the task force, and if possible, their names. I want to know what that is costing us. And that may come up again on the preliminary budget that this is gonna be evaluated. And we already said that that number in there, the 273,145 is a raise, it's supposed to be the same as 2020. It's supposed to be 264,991.
This again is a service that the taxpayers are not required to fund.
Shanna has to add social security, retirement, workman's comp, and health insurance. She can do that now.
Well, the numbers should all be the same as last year for the 2020 budget. If the wages are the same, the rest of it should be.
Now,
See, here's another, I'm sorry, go ahead.
these people, just a question, these people on this task force, are they regular deputies? Or is it a separate bunch of people?
There's
Separate bunch of people.
There's three, I think there's three and a secretary.
They're not part of the regular, they are part of, I'll say that wrong if I say it. Here again, they have a grant match money and he wants $10,000. We spent 0 in 18, 0 in 19, 0 so far in 20. I'm putting down $3,000.
Well, there's another one, catch 22. Well, we ain't applying because we haven't got no money to match it with.
Didn't need it. Sometimes, here's what he said, well, sometimes, you know, you gotta spend 10,000 to get a $5,000 deduction, so that tells me that something costs 15,000.
Yeah,
If we spend 10,000, the state will pay the other 5, the other 50%, but we still spent 10,000.
exactly. Plus, we have to maintain all this stuff if it's used for equipment.
So, any objection to changing that down to 3,000, line 970?
It's from 10.
Okay, 3,000 it is. Next page, 68, 411. I want 0 in that amount.
How come?
We've never ever used it, and we already have $8,000 office supplies and operating in the sheriff's budget. How many places do we have to list this stuff?
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Hmm? It was 5,000,
0.
office supplies and operating.
I knew 0.
Okay.
He wants $5,000, we've never ever spent any money in there, and it's already, we already put 8,000 in the sheriff's department. Any objection to 0? Okay, moving on, we're on the state's attorney. Jessica did a really good job.
Page,
Page 11. The only place that Jessica suggested the change was in salaries. I respect her request. But we've already said thus far, we're still gonna look at the same as 2020, unless we can find enough revenue. So I'm gonna say that that's, the salaries have to be 2020 values.
And you're satisfied with the rest of the line items?
Yes, I am, they're all the same. We're on page 51, 911.
now that 651 machines and equipment purchases
Where we at?
on the state's attorney, isn't that covered under our, tech fund?
I don't think so, that's for her own office. Do you have a recommendation for that?
Well, I'm questioning it.
I don't know what it's for exactly.
I mean, there's never been anything spent.
Which one was that? 9?
It's number 651 on the state's attorney, line item 651.
You have a recommendation there?
0.
I can go along with 0 and put down need justification.
Huh? It was,
Ruben, what do you think?
Yep.
it's 1,000.
Wayne?
1,000?
Yeah.
Okay, Dwight, we put down 0 with needing justification.
And 922, this library, I think that should stay at 2,500.
Okay, 922, he's got this, Dwight suggested 2,500.
I mean, with technology, that stuff should be getting cheaper, not more expensive.
Yeah, no,
Not when it comes to legal stuff.
I think she's got.
Merlin, what do you think?
Yeah, we can cut her down and then get some idea from her what the scoop is.
Okay. Dwayne,
Was 27 to 25.
25 is more than we spend in 18, less than we spend in 19. But she could still come in and justify. Okay, we move that to 25, Dwight.
Okay.
I think she had given her reasons, but not that they were.
I don't remember either. She just said that electronic library. I wrote down 2,500 when she was talking to me. When Dwight said it, I looked back, I had it written down. We'll see. Okay, emergency management. The vacation sick leave buyout, that should be, it's always been 0, so I'm gonna recommend that stay at 0.
Page is that on?
That's on page 51, but Gwen, would you please on 212, put down audit suggestion? She has more information than I do, for sure.
On which one are we on?
Page 51,
Okay.
line item 212
Okay.
is 0. Put down audit suggestion. If she says 0, it's 0, but you know, that's fine. The salaries is the same as the number she has there is the same as her budget from last year.
Yeah, she didn't give herself a raise, she said that.
Okay. Radio and tower lease, she increased that from, she wants 4,000. I don't know where that 600 came from. I don't know who wrote that in there.
That's what she spent so far this year.
No, to date, she spent 3368.
Oh. Well, what about the radio equipment, 461, she's got 4,000 in there. And it's been 0 for how long? Now, is that part of the radio equipment for this latest and greatest siren, or whatever it is?
Well, I got 0 on my sheet here.
I got 0.
461 for 2020, her budget was $4,000. And she spent nothing, and she didn't carry it over,
Right.
Okay.
so it should be 0 then.
Yep.
Okay.
Advertising is pretty high, but she spent more than that in the past, so 5,000 looks okay to me.
Yeah, I think that's one thing I was gonna talk a little bit, or wanted to talk about. Do we really need these full-page ads telling us that there is a fire? A chance of a fire? I mean,
Well, the paper makes more money that way. Dan's here, he,
Absolutely, huh, Dan?
yeah.
I really don't think that the people of the taxpayers of the county needed to be reminded that, hey, it's dry out, we're under a fire ban.
Maybe Dan, like I said, maybe Dan can help
We
us
can
out
ask-
here a little bit. When people come in with these ads, Dan, is there a standard form? You can get one this big, or?
I'm not the ad manager.
Let's move on, guys, we gotta stay with our stuff or we'll be here forever. I'm gonna say that we leave it the same, but we can ask her, if she doesn't spend it, then she can do it cheaper to do so. On 982, she had 20,800, there was a long discussion, I didn't understand all of it. Then Shanna said, we really don't need the 20,000, and she agreed, so we're gonna change that value to $800.
Last year was 10,000.
What is it?
She
Homeland
requested.
Security grant,
Yeah, I think 800 is what we came up after we discussed it.
yeah. Okay?
It's another one of them grants that could be,
Okay, let's move on to page 95. Salaries again, stay the same. See, Now, here she put something for retirement county share, but vacation sick leave was still zero, so I like that suggestion on the last page when she looks at that a little bit. Workman's comp, I wrote down 150. It was worth quibbling over a few dollars, but she had 200. Health insurance went to 21,612, that's per Shanna. Telephone 750. Payment to the DACO is 12,000. Go with her recommendation on that. State treasurer, 55,000. Have to go with her statement on that.
What is that for?
I don't know, that's why I'm gonna go with her recommendation.
Let's see, they get money on the telephone,
Reimburse the state?
yeah, and they have to put so much money in there, because eventually they have to change the mapping system on the 911. So she's building that up, so, and that's another expensive thing, but it doesn't involve any tax money. It's all money that's collected.
Okay, 911 equipment database maintenance, she only has 30,000 in there. We're gonna come back to that, so let's just come back to that. Everything else I think is okay. I'm on page 96 now,
When are you coming back to that one?
and as soon as I get done with 96.
Okay.
96, I would like to leave as recommended. Then I'm gonna take out a piece of paper here so I can read it, then I'm gonna go back to that first equipment line. Okay, I'm on page 95 again. And I'm looking at line 446. She has 30,000 in there. In 2021, we have a circuit installation, and it's gonna cost us 8,500 bucks.
85,000 bucks.
8,500 bucks,
8,500?
yes. That's just a circuit installation. In 2022, we're going to have dispatch upgrade, and that is 355,929, and circuit maintenance of 3,900. And we could possibly have radios, but the sheriff wanted radios, she said no, so that has to be determined yet. But let's just talk about the dispatch upgrade and the circuit maintenance. That comes out to, let's say, it's 359,900, that's 360,000. That we have to come up with by the end of 2022. So, this needs to be just, we have to know the right place to put it, but what I would like to do, I would like to take that 360,000, round it up to 400, because we know that the next year's gonna be even higher yet. And I'd like to put 200,000 in this equipment line on 446. So my question is, where do we put, we wanna start getting money for this upgrade that we have to have by law. So I'm gonna suggest on 446, she has 30,000, and I'm gonna put down plus. I'm thinking out loud here, 200,000 for siren upgrade. I'd leave the 30, then plus the 200, because Shanna and, what's her name again? Carmen, they'll come in and explain it to us. 30,000 might be for something totally different, but I definitely want plus 200,000. The 200,000 is negotiable, the 30 might not be.
Why wouldn't she ask for that? Why are we volunteering it,
Why are we volunteering what?
that 200,000 bucks?
Because she did, she sent us the letter right here saying what siren's gonna cost us.
Well, she hasn't got it on her budget.
I know she doesn't have it, she brought it to us this way. And she explained it, it wouldn't have to be in this year's budget, we could do it next year. Then you're gonna swallow the whole 500 in one chunk.
Oh, yeah, but it sure don't look very good when you say I come in with a lesser budget than last year, but I still need another $200,000.
But she, well, I think she came in less. She wasn't responsible for the state law for the siren. On a general basis, yeah, I think she did. But state law said we have to do this.
Yeah, many can go in with one of these three.
And there's what Merlin's pointing out.
Because then that can be restricted as well.
We have a 911 equipment fund that has 91,000 in it already, and we could put this 200,000.
Yeah, we got this one too, with 107,000. Is that something else?
I'm just gonna put into, what's it, 2911, and what's the other fund?
2913.
But we still have the budget for it.
Yeah.
So, and if we put that number in there, they'll come in and explain it, and if we look at those other two fund balances, I'm glad you brought that up, that was a good point. We may not need the full 200, maybe we do. Would you guys object to us adding,
200,000?
no, I like what you said there. Which fund? Let's go to those funds and make a recommendation to one of those funds. Then we won't affect your budget then. That'd be a separate deal. Okay, so I'm going to take this off of her regular budget. On the bottom of this sheet, I'm gonna put down siren allocation. 200K from 2021 budget into, where's that sheet at? Which one?
We wanna put it at 2913, right?
2913.
Because I think that 30,000 she's asking for, I think she squirrels that away every year
Okay.
toward the siren system.
Okay, so we'll leave her budget the way it is, and can you note that to her, Gwen, that we wanna add $20,000 to the 911 equipment? She'll advise us, she'll come in and say, you guys did it all wrong. She might not say that, but sometimes we do make all wrong choices, and she helps us out, so. Okay, so that takes care of that. You can put that back away then. Tax equalization. I make the recommendation we use the suggested values minus the raises.
Page
114.
the software and services, does that need to be 19,000?
That's Vanguard GIS and a copier. And it was 16,000 in 18 or 17, and then it was 16,000. I'd say, yeah. Historically, they've spent almost every bit of it. So if there's no objection, we'll leave that as suggested with the 2020 salaries. Public administrator,
No, just a minute here, I had other line items that we reduced when we were talking.
listening.
Okay, on, I think 356 telephone, we have put 800 in there instead of 1,000.
Okay.
And for 736 publication subscriptions, I think we put that down to $30 from 200. And education and training, 920, I think we went to 700 on that one,
That's when we were talking to
when we
her?
were, when we were talking.
Okay, Merlin's, what was the first one, 356?
Telephone was 800.
800,
And it
376 was 30.
was 1,000, 376 to 200 to 30?
Yep. This is while we were talking?
mm-hmm,
Okay, so she was here when it was visited.
Yeah, I had the notes too.
Yeah, the notes, okay, I wrote them in mine.
356.
and 920 is the last one, goes to 700 from 1,000.
Okay,
Publications,
That's what I had.
376.
you got those, Gwen? Okay. All agreed, we'll go to page 15.
And the third one was education and training from 1,000 to,
700. On page 15, the salary is 12,535, 2020 value. Page 31, planning and zoning, she had 5,000 in there.
To put it up to 6,500, that,
Okay,
That's because if we all fill all the positions and they have the meetings, that's probably what it's gonna cost.
right. So we're changing that to page 31, that line item to 6,500. Airport, and then we're gonna take a little break.
airport's next.
Yep.
Flying high.
There's no, all I have is this sheet, that's all I have. I didn't get a regular airport sheet. Did you get one?
This you got, I got.
Yeah.
That's what we got. We got what we got and forgot what we had.
This one here, you get a balanced budget. He told him that he could never do that, he had to go back and do it wrong. But he did it right. He talked about that runway project, line items 6 through 10. It all made sense the way he explained it to me. Does anybody have any objection to listing the values as presented? Okay, if nobody has any objection, we'll list the airport values as presented. Let's take a 10-minute break, and we should be able to walk through the rest pretty fast.
That's what you said last time.
Well, they're smaller. They're much smaller. These go boom, boom, boom. We'll reconvene at 1 o'clock. No, yeah, 1
Yeah,
o'clock.
we'll have time for lunch then.
eat lunch now.
Huh?
You got 10 minutes for lunch now.
I'm having air salad.
Are you, I thought you have other things that you do, what else are you doing in the meeting after you?
That's it,
approve
that's
these
all
flash
that's all we can
accounts?
do.
Is that-
That's all we can do today.
Just what was advertised, just.
I didn't know, at the beginning of the meeting, you were talking about other things before you started going through the line items, just in general, setting your day. Do you have any more business like that?
We're gonna just wait till you leave and then we'll,
Yeah.
because this is some secret stuff.
No, what I'm going to bring up There.
That was Dwight's idea, make sure you don't tell Dan about this secret stuff.
The other stuff is probably gonna be brought up after we see the preliminary budget.
Right, so after you go through your remaining line items, you.
That should do
anything
it.
else on your
Yep.
agenda?
That's correct.
Cause I know you haven't gotten your nap yet, so.
That's for me.
I wanna use the boys' room and see if I can find a candy bar.
Me too.
I haven't eaten, I think I had a cookie this morning, but that's it.
You keep on threatening these sardine sandwiches, I wish you'd bring them once in a while.
Alright. I got 4 cans the other day at Bronson's there, like I said, they were 2 for $5.
Oh, you bought the good ones.
Yeah. With the heads off. So I don't like them looking at me.
Oh,
Do you eat sardines?
of course I do, why wouldn't I?
Well, I don't know. Darby them?
No.
So she wouldn't be impressed if I gave her a deal of sardine sandwiches, would she?
Or smoked olives,
Because I'm-
or smoked oysters,
Yeah.
you don't
I
have.
know where those would end up.
She'd bring them home and give them to me.
There you go. Well, those are good for your digestive system.
Yes, they are. Fish is always good for you. The oil that they're packed in, isn't it? I think you eat way worse stuff than that when you eat a hot dog, so.
Yeah.
Chicken lips, I call them, they're made out of chicken lips and cow udders, that's what hot dogs are made out of. I'm gonna redo that letter to the editor. I'm gonna make it in 2 parts. First, the one part of a statement, and get that one done, and then do the second part, split it up
As
into.
long as it's within that 500 word limit.
And that'll give me a little, so I can dwell on each one a little
Now,
bit more.
And now, just so you know, because I know I did, this is, because they've been sent to another email, and then they forwarded it on to me, so I didn't get it. But, you know, with it being an election year, when we talk about, you know, making sure we support, you know, commissioners who do such and such, that gets into this should be an ad.
Oh, even the way I did word it, that they should
I didn't
do
even
that.
remember how you worded it,
Well,
so maybe not.
I said that, you know, do your research and vote for the people that'll do the best that you,
Honestly, because I just did the word count,
Right,
and saw that it was
right.
too much, so
Right.
I don't even remember
yeah.
what your wording
Well,
was.
it'll be right at the end, so if
Yep.
it needs to be stricken, it can be stricken,
Yep.
no deal.
And, it might not.
Yeah.
It might not.
Yeah, I tried to keep it general enough so that.
Right, but since it's an election year.
Well,
it's-
yeah, I can
I'll have my
understand.
company on be even more of their comments.
I can understand.
Yep.
Hey, Dan, do you, take the planning and zoning meeting? Cause I,
I think I did this last one, yeah.
can I get a copy if you, I deleted mine. And yes, I have notes, but I like to go back and listen and make sure I'm taking my notes right. So I don't know if you could email it, or would you rather put it on a?
I'm not sure how to, I can talk to the city auditor, because he always emails me his recordings, so he probably know how to do that.
Cause remember that time I tried to do it for you, I.
Yeah, I know you have the issue, I know it works for him at least with the recordings, so I'll talk to him and see if he
But
knows
I'll give
how.
you this just in case you can't, and then I'll come and pick it up next week. It's like, oh, okay.
And then just will it be all right, just, I can bring it to the county commission meeting next week, and you can pick it up?
No, I'll come next week and get it, so. that
Oh,
I
you'll
can-
come get it from the Star?
Yeah.
Okay,
Or
yep,
wherever you have it.
yep, just so that I know I don't have to, you know, go somewhere.
Yeah, no, I'll come and get it. And I probably have good enough notes, but just in case I don't.
Yep, yep.
Thank you. And it wouldn't even have been so bad if they wouldn't have let that guy talk for an hour and a half when he wasn't on the agenda, so I was just quick scribbling all that.
That's right, I do have the recording, because I used it
Oh, okay.
for him copies.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
So if you
yeah,
can't email it, if you can't email it, then you can do that next week.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
Smiling, smile, come on.
was just kidding, I wasn't.
Okay.
I'm just cranky because we can't get this done by noon.
Well, it'll be noon in Washington State.
There's no reason to go on for 4 or 5 hours. on
I
it.
forgot to sit in the meat cooler to get myself conditioned for sitting in here today. It's cold again.
There's too much paper handed out, you don't know what to look at. I wonder if they'll get caught up on their court cases today. No?
I don't know.
I think, what did she say, they were like 800?
Yep, and then they'll have jury trials starting up too. Dan, how come the paper doesn't report on court cases and stuff here out of Mercer County? Some of the counties do, but you just don't have the staff for it, or?
We certainly don't, but I don't even know before my time what the
I don't either,
approach has been.
cause I know some counties have them listed, you know, when they do that and whatever, but.
And, you know, I've tried to work with getting some kind of, you know, reporting on cases, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem is that I'm not gonna do anything unless I know I'm gonna be consistent.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not sure if it's going to be consistent, or I don't wanna report on something and then something similar happens in another town, we somehow miss that. Until we have a system in place where I'm confident, I'm not gonna report, unless there's, you know, a very specific case, like when the one car went through the building in Hazen, you know? That it was, you know, there's specific issues that are big enough
Yep.
and unique enough that I'll report those.
Well, that was community service too, cause we're building that drive-in, so we don't have a new drive-in in Hazen. What? My education.
I sat through too much reading for those kind of policies right now.
Yeah. You had lunch, didn't you?
I had 4 pretzels. That's my breakfast and lunch so far.
Oh, that's 0.
Yeah, but you're on a diet, so you can't have stuff.
Yeah. Best diet I ever been on was to have a piece of pie every day.
Yeah?
That's my kind of diet.
Yeah, I was on a diet.
Just a crust,
one
no
time
filling.
when I worked at the gas plant. And pretty soon, all of a sudden, I couldn't lose any weight. And I was hungry for pie. So I went to the cafeteria and I bought a piece of pie and I lost 3 pounds. So I ate pie after that.
So every pie you eat, you lose 3 pounds.
Every slice, not a pie. You're putting words in my mouth.
You agreed to it. Note that in there, Dan, when you're talking about the community section. Weight Watchers.
Yeah. But I was so frustrated, so I bought a piece of pie. And ate it.
Was it an X-Lax pie where you lost everything after you ate it, or?
No, I just gobbled it down and
You did?
nice lemon meringue pie, piece of that. So,
Probably the citrus in it that did it.
huh?
Probably the citrus that did it.
Could be.
You're on time. This is great news.
Only before supper, I'm hungry.
I'm starved. Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order, please.
These have worms in them.
Okay, we're on page number 6, clerk of court. She did not recommend any a salary increase?
Yeah, not for herself. She did for her,
She asked for Kathy to be increased $1 an hour,
yep,
which is almost $2,100. And it would still be within the budget. What I'm going to suggest, because we've already made the statement, until we know what our revenues and expenses are, we're going to leave the salaries the same. Now, we do the same with this department.
now this is on page 6.
Six.
She has no increase reflected there.
The other salaries,
Under other salaries, it was 65,166, it's still 65,166.
right, she wants us to consider $1 an hour, but right now.
But she
right-
didn't add it in.
Didn't add it in, so right now, let's go with the recommendations.
That would be underneath line 113.
Yes and no, here, you got this sheet in front of you? Okay. The elected official salary doesn't show anything, so which one is which?
Well, one of them's gotta be hers.
114 would be the clerks.
And that's the same, that's what Dwight just,
Oh, no, I take,
No, 113 would be both,
Wanda.
Donna and
Kathy.
Kathy's would be both under 113. Deputy salaries, right?
I believe so.
Hers is the 65,166, Wanda's. Because there's no other for Donna, so she said, well, and she said she was gonna reduce Donna's hours, and she could do that $1 an hour for
Kathy?
Kathy,
Okay,
right?
okay. First, I think so. First thing I want, Gwen, I want this AS 400 report corrected. The elected official salary should have a value in it.
She's not elected though.
Is Wanda elected?
No,
Is
she's
she the
appointed.
manager then?
I think she's appointed by the court.
How do we break this out? All right, maybe I don't, just need to explain it to me. So which one's deputy?
Kathy's 113.
I got, which person?
Kathy and Donna.
Donna. Yeah.
That's each then?
No, that's
That's
total.
together.
All right, so Donna is part-time, right?
Yep.
So how much is Donna getting paid?
Well, we don't know that. That's both of their salaries.
What's the deputy salary? That's Wanda?
That would be her salary.
I'm sorry,
He's got it listed here.
I know, I want this AS 400 to be correct. This is
Wow.
incorrect.
I think this is what she put in there.
Okay, help me out with that then. Clerk of court is 65,166. That would be one. That's deputy salaries. Correct?
Others.
On this sheet, I'm looking, Dwayne and I are looking at a different sheet. Deputy clerk of court is 56,534. And other would be Donna. $12,394. It doesn't add up.
When she came in, she gave us this.
Okay.
See, if you add this and this, that's 67, I got 70. Clerk was 65,166, that one makes sense. These other two don't. So Gwen, I'm gonna make my same request. How however you guys want to call it. I want the salaries broke out.
Yeah, I think it should be.
They should be. We need to know who and how much we're paying, and it's by an hourly basis. We should not be grouping salaries. We don't do it for any other department, but we do for one other one. We're gonna get that fixed too. Number one, get the AS 400 deal corrected so that it reflects properly.
Both deputies would be underneath 113.
I don't want both of them under 113. One of them is part-time, one's full-time. They should have a separate line item. One of them can be under other salaries, one can be under deputy, however you guys wanna do it, but I want an individual salary for Donna, Kathy, and Wanda.
Well, Darby's
They all-
elected
I'm
Sorry,
official.
not Darby.
They all come out of that same line item for payroll.
Then fix it.
It might not be fixable.
It is fixable.
Darby,
This all is fixable. You can assign. I don't understand that.
Darby.
We have
knows that
separate
she's
line
got-
items for everybody in the sheriff's department. We have separate line items
Well, they're
for,
both deputies though.
See, the clerk of-
one's part-time, one's full-time.
The clerk of court, in AS 400 is listed under other salaries.
Right, that I can see changing it to.
Yeah, and you should have the deputy clerk of court listed at 56,534. And,
The numbers that are on here aren't the same as that, though.
so this would be-
If you add, that one is correct.
yeah,
If you add this one and this one, it's
No.
not the same as what's on the sheet here.
but it doesn't make sense on here if you don't put the right.
Exactly. And you should be able to do that. It's just a computer program.
Well, it's done in other departments. Darby's has got hers.
Okay, here's my
her deputy,
recommendation.
and the clerical.
My recommendation is that we follow the department suggestions with no raises, with all salaries the same as 2020. That's what we talked about when we started this meeting. Then we'll work out the numbers, eh?
Yeah,
Next page is page 7. I recommend that we follow the suggested amounts of 5,000 and 3,000 as listed. I got that sheet here too, but it doesn't confuse me. Okay, we're on the road department.
Page 69. Correct?
Yep.
Yep, you got it. First thing, all salaries remain the same as 2020. Consultant fees, somebody help me out there. We're paying $110,000 for an engineer, and actually he asked, he said, no, let's change that to 120, and everybody kind of said, okay. Why are we spending that much money? Somebody help me out. We can hire a full-time engineer for less money than that.
we talked about that before.
Oh, well, update me, I'm the new man. We can hire a full-time engineer for 70, 80,000.
Yeah, Interstate probably charges that much.
No, they're charging us 120.
I know, that's what it is.
Why are we doing that?
Maybe they can come in and tell us.
Every time he comes in here with, Ken, you gotta pay him.
Exactly. I'm
Well,
gonna make your, go ahead, Dwight.
isn't there two of them? Because one of them is based off, they get a percentage of the projects. Interstate Engineering gets a percentage of the projects. Now, I don't know if it is broke out separate when he's, I guess the only one I can see would be 9/11 miscellaneous. He's got $5,000 in there. Is that part of that?
I don't know what that is.
Huh?
I don't know what that's for.
I don't
I'm
either.
gonna make a recommendation that we change the consultant fees to $80,000. They need to come in and explain why we have to spend any more than that. I need a justification.
Now, your sheets say 110, mine says, or yours say 120, mine says 110.
It says 110, but they said they wanted 120
Oh,
when he was sitting there.
so we're gonna go with,
I'm gonna recommend 80,000. And we learn why. That's just a whole pile of money. All right, health insurance is calculable by Shanna. Utilities, he's got 30,000, that's the same as budgeted last year.
Just a minute.
Yes, sir.
I got a hot flash in my head every once in a while here, but, Gwen, we get a billing from Interstate Engineering, don't we? If we got a copy of that, might break it out and show us exactly what it's for, what we got. Maybe we should have that before they come in, if you can get that for us, and then, we can ask questions off of that.
It's a good idea. It's part of the justification.
Okay.
We can do what we got, we can do what we can do on that, right? Why is telephone 13.5?
Because they all have telephones.
I suppose it's all cell phones.
Did we require them all to have cell phones?
I don't know. They don't have radios, I don't think.
They don't have radios?
Do they?
there's radios in each machine. The only thing I can figure out, or I think, is for each one of the outlying shops, there's probably a landline in that outlying shop. I mean, that's not, I'm not giving justification to the 13.5 by any means, but.
But that wouldn't cost that much money.
Well, that's another one, we could probably take a look at the billings on it, Here's this one's billing, if it's,
Here's what here's what I recommend. If we're paying for their telephone, we're gonna cut that in half, we'll pay for 50%, and they can pay for the other 50%.
And we're gonna do that with everybody.
That's what I'm gonna do with this sheet today.
no, we should be consistent, Marv.
Well, let's just talk about this one, and if we wanna change the other ones, okay, how else do you wanna do it?
Because I don't think that's fair,
Hmm?
They're county phones.
They're county phones, but they're using them personally.
Well, not supposed to be.
Yeah, you and I both know that's the main phone they're using.
I know.
Well, I mean, the sheriff's department, the
Tell you what, here's how-
janitor, the auditor, we're paying for all their phones.
Okay, this deal about we have to be consistent is a good idea, because it's gonna cause a lot of argument and discontent. But we gotta start someplace. What I would do, because we're trying to save money, we don't require them to have cell phones. If they wanna have a cell phone, we'll pay for 50%, and we can do that for everybody.
But maybe we should find out what this is for.
That's why I wanna change the number so that we get someone to come in and talk to us about it.
I don't know if that'll do it.
Well,
I guarantee you it'll get-
like I said, we get the bill here, so, Shannon should have that in the office and see exactly itemize which one's which and how much they cost, we wouldn't have to have anybody coming in, we could have that information ourselves.
So you guys wanna leave it as is?
I do.
Dwayne?
I wanna know what it's for.
I'm with Dwight on that,
Okay.
because I don't think landlines would cost that much with their shops.
I agree, we can go with that, but we need an explanation.
I mean, we
When-
can
do you
drop
know
it,
if our
then
cell
we're gonna
phone
get an
services all with one
explanation,
provider,
that's
or
fine.
it's
Through
scattered?
Verizon.
Okay,
We get a bill from Verizon from the highway department each month,
okay.
and
And,
they have each shop,
and everybody else has Verizon in the building?
yes.
Okay, all departments, okay.
So each shop has a cell,
A landline,
a landline,
yep.
but that's not under Verizon, is it?
No,
Verizon.
that's through whatever,
So what kind of phones do they have?
Verizon phones,
I7s, I10s, what do they have?
that I don't know. I haven't looked that close at the bill.
The fanciest
But
ones
we should
there.
have an explanation on that.
Okay, agreed. I wrote down, need explanation. Okay,
Are we changing the amount then, or just?
No,
Well,
we'll
what
just
do
leave
you-
it for now and then see what we can
Okay.
see.
Okay.
Well, do we need to?
no, just explanation, all the above. Why are we spending that much money? That's just one department.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I took my phone out of there. I use it personally. Okay, we're on page 70. Let's keep walking along here so we get out of here.
Well, we got till 4:00.
Oh, we got till, it's our goal.
2:00.
Let's move along. On page 7, anybody have any items they wanna discuss?
Building maintenance, he went from, oh, he dropped that, I'm sorry. Yeah, there is one, where's it at, Marvin? Royalties. I asked Ken this morning, he said, if we tie up some gravel, it's a negotiated item, but some owners want half now, and they want half when it's mined after they measure the pile. Some owners want it split up in 2 years.
What's your recommendation?
Well, I think if it's a negotiated item, why can't we negotiate that it has to be payments in 2 years?
Well, we can. That's what I'm asking.
So let's cut it in half.
That's for tax reason.
Yeah, on their part, but if they want that way, why can't we request, you know?
It's never been requested before, and so 50K is certainly in line.
Well, I don't think it's been requested before, Marvin, because the last time we probably paid royalties was in 17 when the Joe Fleeger pit. We did enough gravel there for 2 or 3 years. But now this year, he says we're gonna have to renegotiate Joe Fleeger pit, and there's another pit that they found up in the other end of the county that they're negotiating on too.
Okay,
I got a well, okay, go ahead. I had a question on one line item.
The Joel Fleeger, if they want more money now.
Yeah, the lease is, I mean, the price has gone up, but it has all over.
Joel didn't need it quite as bad, did he? Okay, all right,
I had a question.
different line?
Different.
Let's stay on the same line. Is it okay if we all change that to 50,000?
I'm in agreement with from 100.
Okay, Merlin has a line item. Go ahead.
Just to refresh my memory now, I look at line 870 here for culverts. Did Kenny say he's got some culverts on hand and that kind of thing? Cause I don't know what kind of culverts you can get for just $1,000 if we get a bunch of washouts. He said he had some on hand, I think, didn't
I
he?
think he said that was all right, yeah.
Dwight, you should know.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. He's got culverts on hand, he figures, for this year yet. And then plus you gotta remember, we reduced the number of projects.
Yep.
So the culverts probably didn't get used from the projects we took out.
So they're still available?
Yeah.
Okay.
Any more questions on page 70? Okay, we move from page 70, page 71.
There again, I think the advertising should stay at $1,000.
Okay, suggested 9.2 be moved to 1,000 from 1,500. Any objection or anything else to add on this page? If we're all agreed, we'll move on. It was 1,500, move it to 1,000. Building and grounds, page 17.
I think
Yeah,
most-
we didn't add much on this one